extends part way along that wall. There is absolutely no overshadowing created due to the site's north side orientation and the height of the existing buildings. There are no privacy issues created, and it's fully supported by the neighbour in number 25 Woodpath. And to quote Mr McAteer's report, the overall scale of the extension and its limited height are not considered to provide an undesirable sense of enclosure. If I move to the next page, a couple of actions which I think further improve the appearance of the rear of the property. Unfortunately, the plum tree that was there was diseased and we had to remove it, but I believe that's had a beneficial impact for the neighbours. Overhanging branches have been removed and significantly more light and outlook has been created. On the right hand side of that diagram and on that page you can see the before and after of having the tree removed, but you can also see on the right hand side the ugly two-storey extension which has got a window which faces number 27 Woodpath is going to be removed, and the unsightly pipework is going to be rationalised. So overall the rear of the property's appearance will be improved. Moving on to the next page, and in summary, we've achieved a sympathetic design. We've planned to restore it to one historic building, which I think is very important. The appearance and accommodation has improved while maintaining a good relationship with the recipient building. It's fully compliant with planning policy. The plans have been scaled back to minimise impacts to neighbours, and is supported by an independent party, i.e. the planning officer. So on that basis, I hope that you can support the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Fielder. Members, questions, please. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Chairman, through you, I think there was a request from the objector to the applicant about hoping that a compromise might be reached by taking the extension slightly away from the boundary wall. Is that something that the applicant would consider? You don't have to answer, but I think it's...
Yes, no, I'm happy to respond to it. We have considered it, we've mentioned it before, but that would make the size of the extension really unviable and not worth doing.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
I recall when number 25 Woodpath made the application for doubling the height of the extension alongside the objector's property, that we made a site visit, and it did strike me then that the sense of enclosure was very considerable. What angles of light are available, of daylight are available into the objector's property if the extension is built? Will there be any difference to the amount of daylight which is entering that property?
Due to the property's orientation north-south, it's not considered that it would have any impact on the level of natural light going into the rear of 27 Woodpath or create any overshadowing issues.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I wonder if Mr McAteer, could you tell us how many more feet or metres towards the objector's boundary wall is the site going to come? Is it right on the boundary wall, or is there going to be any gap at all?
The extension will come right to the boundary wall.
Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because looking through all of these diagrams, this building is at multiple heights. So when we're talking about, you know, the height of the extension, the relevant comparison is the height from the neighbouring property. Looking at the pictures that we've seen, it looks like, I mean, I don't know, but the boundary wall looks like a 1.8 metre wall with then the trellis on top of that. And mention was made of the extension being, forgive me, I didn't write this down, but something like, what was it, 2.4 metres to 3.7 metres, was that correct?
Yeah.
You know, which line we're comparing that to. So is it 2.4 metres to say, in other words, about 60 centimetres over the brickwork?
That's right. From scaling off the plans, it's considered that the eaves level of the extension would elevate approximately 0.5 metres above that trellis. The higher part of the extension as such is this aspect here, where it leans back towards the original property.
Comments, members?
So I looked at this, it comes open mind. I do think that the extension will increase the sense of enclosure. I'm mindful of what the officer said. He said that it will have some impact, but not an undesirable sense of enclosure. I think it will. I think it will create a sense of enclosure and will have an adverse impact on the residential amenities of the occupier and create that sense of enclosure. So I'm minded to move it to refuse the application.
Any other comments, please? Any other proposals?
I don't know, it's quite a proposal. I mean, it's because I'm only a deputy on this committee and therefore probably won't be sitting on here at the next cycle. But, I mean, were I to be sitting on in the next cycle, I'd be thinking, well, it might be worth one doing a site visit on. I'm not going to make that proposal because it doesn't really feel like it's right for me to do that. But I throw that as a comment to the committee because, you know, it's not clear cut from my perspective.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Yes, I think that the suggestion made by Councillor Stubbs is one which I would adhere. This is a very difficult application because from what I can see, the applicant is making a very great attempt to produce something which is elegant, which is in keeping, and which enhances this part of Southsea, and he must certainly be commended for that. Yet, if I have stood in the backyard of number 27 Woodpath when we made a previous site visit, and it did strike me that there was enclosure there and that the amount of enclosure was increasing. I would ask that this be deferred so that we can make a site visit, both to see the Shrubbery and Bay Tree Lodge, where I think we must commend, I would certainly commend, the quality of the planning which we see before us, but also to ascertain whether we think that the sense of enclosure will be increased and whether it will be increased to an extent which would cause a serious loss of amenity. And so I propose that we defer it on those grounds.
Councillor Pitt.
I'm happy to second that proposal. We've sat on a number of these over the last year or so where sense of enclosure has been the issue. And I remember one in the High Street in Old Portsmouth where if we hadn't attended, we might have come to a different conclusion. But actually being on site and sensing what it's like to actually be there is, I think, in these circumstances, the best way to make the decision. So I'm happy to second Councillor Mason's proposal.
Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, if it's the will of the committee that that should occur, deferral, I'm quite happy to, I will go along with that, yeah.
So at the moment then we have a proposal from Councillor Mason that we defer this application until the committee can make a site visit. Is that the only option going forward?
Chairman, could I ask, to ask Claire just for some guidance, because I'm new to this committee, if there was the feeling that there was that sense of enclosure because it was built up right to the boundary and then sloped back up again. Is that a justifiable reason in planning law to say no? PCS 23 is the one we would use.
In terms of your the planners and your assessment as a planning committee, if you feel that there is an unacceptable sense of enclosure, and it is that point between enclosure but unacceptable, then that could form a reason for refusal. So I think as a committee this afternoon, what you need to consider is, are you not satisfied with what you see, or are you unsure and feel that you're not in a position to make a decision this afternoon in the absence of carrying out that site visit?
Thank you. That's very helpful because it's a subjective judgment that we're asked to make, and actually then going to see it on site would be seems to me a sensible and logical thing to do because each site is different.
Members, so the proposal is that we defer this for a site visit. All those in favour signify. That's a majority. That's what it will be then. Thank you. Members, the next item will be 3 Paynton Avenue, and it's a little bit embarrassing because we deferred this and were expected to make a site visit. As an oversight to this, this didn't go out to you members, and I feel that by telling you now, I'm going to get your feeling on whether this should be to give these people the proper opportunity that we should actually see it before a site visit is arranged before we proceed with this, because this might not sound fair. Councillor Hugh Mason.
It was our decision that we needed a site visit to come properly to a decision on this one, and I believe that we made that for good reason. I think, therefore, that we should defer this, and so that we can have a site visit. I must say, when I received the agenda, it said that there would be a site visit, but I couldn't find any reference to a site visit. And so somebody has slipped up somewhere. It's our fault, but I don't think that is any reason for saying that we'll abandon the site visit.
Ms Murphy, your feelings on that?
I've already taken time off to do a site visit, and several times before where I've had to allow the planning committee, the planning department to come out. I've done a deputation once. I'm really disappointed because I was only told at the last minute, and I had to chase every response from planning to actually get it agreed and notified to myself that there would be a site visit on Monday. Now, I obviously want the most information to be provided to the committee before they actually make the decision. And I do feel a site visit is required. I have got some Google Maps that can actually see my property in relation to the proposed extension. So I don't know if you want to look at that first and then make the decision at the end that a site visit will be. But I still do think that a site visit is called for.
Thank you for that. And members, you've heard Miss Murphy, and I can only agree with her. We've let her down, and I think we should make every effort to give a site visit for this. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Can I ask, and I know this has been been an imposition on your time and taking time off. If it's possible, and we do a site visit and it comes back to committee, if it's possible to put it at a time where you don't have to take time off work, so I don't know what your hours are, but if you do normal 9 to 5, if we could put it on at the end, that might be less of an imposition on you and your time.
I'm willing to be flexible, but you don't want to see it in the dark.
No, but when it comes back to committee,
Yeah,
we can have it later, so it's less of a tie on your time.
that's fine.
So, members, having listened to Ms Murphy, if we make a site visit at Ms Murphy's convenience, you're all in favour of that? All those in favour, please signify. Ms Murphy, sorry for what's happened. I can't apologise enough.
And Chairman, if that means we're there at a weekend, then that means we're there at a weekend.
So be it.
Thank you.
Members, we're moving on to item 6, which is the Venture Tower, 57 to 67 Fratton Road, Portsmouth. I will now ask James Simpson, the applicant's agent, to approach. Thank you. And ask the officer to present. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This next application relates to a large 1960s purpose-built office building located on the corner of Fratton Road and Summers Road North within the Fratton Road District Centre. Just showing the application site on the corner, Fratton Road running north-south, Fratton Station just off to the bottom of the screen. You have the Bridge Centre shopping centre leading into the large Asda superstore and a service yard associated with the Asda supermarket, and there are a number of other commercial units including the Iceland store. The building is largely vacant at the moment, with the exception of the ground floor uses, and has fallen into a poor state of repair. Planning permission is sought for the change of use of the 1st to 8th floors to a student hall to residence with 97 study bedrooms, with external alterations and additions. The key issues for your consideration are the principle of the use in this particular location, the reuse of this existing building, the design, impact on amenity, the internal living conditions for future occupiers, highways impacts, and the impact on the Solent special protection areas. So originally built as offices, you can see from the planning history within the committee report that there's been various uses in the building, moving away from a predominant office use. Largely open plan. Moving up, it occupies pretty much all of the site at ground, 1st and 2nd floor level, and then changes into the main tower element, which occupies just part of the site. Again, just showing the external elevations of the existing building. The applicant has provided a marketing report which has detailed the difficulties in finding occupiers for the existing building, partly because of its location, the lack of parking, and its existing condition. In addition, the site is not allocated as employment land by policy PCS 11 of the Portsmouth Plan, and its reuse is one that is to be encouraged. The site is situated within a short walk of university facilities, shops, services, local transport networks, and as such, the principle of its reuse for a student hall's residence is considered to be acceptable and would have a positive impact on the existing district centre. So in terms of the changes internally to the building, there will be no changes to the existing commercial units with the exception of some tweaks to the existing service yard to the rear. The main entrance to the student hall's residence would be from Fratton Road with a secondary entrance through the rear service area where there would be bike stores and in through the building. Moving up to the first floor, there will be a series of self-contained studios and self-contained studios, which are effectively self-contained units which have 2 bedrooms, both of which are en suite, but then with communal kitchen and lounge facilities. There will be a small infill extension, then a gym and laundry facility making use of this large floor plate without any windows, allowing all of the residential units to have windows facing out of the building. And there will be a small retained office element on this side of the building which would be disconnected. Moving up to the second floor, again a mix of studios and and a single cluster flat which is effectively shared communal facilities with a series of ensuite bedrooms. Internally again, games room and 2 study areas, and again this is the second floor of the retained office element. This is where the building kind of separates, so you end up with the main tower. That would extend up through the 3rd to 8th floors with the same floor layout on each floor. The main addition to the building would be this link corridor along the Fratton Road frontage with a large common room area situated in the corner with an open roof terrace area. And again, this is just showing the typical floor layouts of the main tower. Whilst some of the units at the lower floors would have restricted natural ventilation due to the air quality management, so would be ventilated by mechanical ventilation, and some do have limited outlooks across service areas, it's considered that the proposal is a good reuse of this existing building and would provide an acceptable standard of living conditions for future occupiers. The City Council's private sector housing team have raised no objection to the proposal in principle and have suggested a few minor alterations which can be dealt with either through the legal agreement, planning condition and through the licence. Now externally is where there will be the most significant change. The applicant proposes a relatively bold refresh of the existing building, changing the office proportions to those that are more domestic in nature. However, the large windows are proposed to reflect the more modern design concept and reducing the solid areas of the building. In terms of materials, we're looking at brick slips, which by applying them in different orientations, which I'll come to on a couple of slides, so either horizontal or vertical placements, the inclusion of large windows with projecting reveals, and just showing the extension onto the Fratton Road frontage with the link corridor. Just showing the west elevation, you can just see from the photograph what it looks like at the moment. And then moving on to the south elevation, again you can just see that this element, quite a contemporary overhanging element to the corner of the building. This is the common room linking back through to the main building. This would be the entrance to the service area, and just note the changes to the shop front to help tie in the new design concept. Again, just showing the north elevation and the internal elevations as you would see it from within the roof terrace. Unfortunately, the proposal does not result in the removal of the existing plant and machinery at roof level. However, it does incorporate a 1.4 metre high parapet which would help disguise it from certain angles. And again, just showing some examples of what the external treatments would be with the metal reveals, metal windows and the projecting surrounds. And as discussed earlier, just going into the detail of the brick orientation, just trying to give it some texture and help break up what is quite a bold choice of and colour choice for the building. Now, whilst the existing building does include some interesting architectural features, notably sort of the louvers on here and the large ribbon windows, The alterations would represent a significant improvement in visual terms and is of sufficient quality to justify its bold design approach. Conditions are suggested to ensure that the external materials are adequate for this particular building and to ensure that the entire external alterations are delivered as a single operation. In amenity terms, the building is well separated from other residential uses and is not considered to have a significant impact on any of the neighbouring residential occupiers. Whilst the Highways Authority have not agreed a travel plan at this stage, and they are in discussions with the applicants, and we have seen some initial versions, they raise no objection to the development in principle, and the finer details relating to the student intake periods can be agreed through a travel plan included within the legal agreement. Members, you have a detailed report in front of you which sets out the reasons why this application comes with a recommendation of conditional permission with delegated authority to deal with the minor details of the conditions and to seek a legal agreement which would include a restriction on the occupation to students only on a full-time course of education, SPA mitigation and the finer details of the travel plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If we could have Mr. Simpson, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favour of this application, which is the culmination of many months of hard work. Our client, who has owned the building for a number of years, is seeking to regenerate, enhance and enliven these premises into a dynamic, vibrant and sustainable living place for university students. The existing building consists of a concrete frame finished with cladding panels supplemented with glazing. It is in need of updating, both aesthetically and thermally, in order to bring it up to today's current standards. As a result of the construction methods at the time, the building suffers from severe cold bridging with areas of extreme cold and extreme heat. As the building currently stands, the client does not believe that it represents the architecture which Portsmouth wishes to portray moving forward. The project represents an excellent opportunity socially, economically, and as I will address here, architecturally. The brief that we received from our client was to produce a design that would not only be practical, but also one that would re-energise the existing building and provide a facility for students and for the city to be proud of. Our initial concept concentrated on the requirements of the city with regard to student housing and how to address the aesthetics of the existing building. Our client initiated a meeting with the University of Portsmouth, which was productive, and the university were able to provide an outline of the accommodation which they felt was required in order to provide economically sustainable accommodation. Our client also carried out some research with regard to market conditions and the demand for accommodation. We then developed this brief, coming to a mix of studio, twin studio and communal living pods. This provides not only a mix of accommodation, but will reflect a mixed rental cost. With regard to the aesthetics, we are proposing to strip back the existing cladding and window system in order to be able to recover the building and improve its aesthetics. Coupled with this, we also started to investigate renovating the ground floor retail shop fronts to promote a better street frontage. As can be seen from the drawings, we have developed a more contemporary style with larger, clearer patterns of fenestration with a projecting common room. The intent is to turn the building from a vertical slab upwards to something more interesting with a mix of planes moving up the building. Prior to submitting the application, we attended a design review panel presentation, which was encouraging, but suggested some changes to the fenestration which we acted upon. This pre-application work has resulted in them being supportive of the application. We have also taken on board comments from Highways, mainly with regard to cycle storage, which again has resulted in them being supportive of the application. As this shows, our client has provided all the additional reports required in order to present a thorough and proper application. I do hope that the committee shares the officer's recommendation in granting consent for this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions, and straight away, Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to, in the conditions, I've read through the conditions, and I hope it's minuted. I'm going to ask about fire alarms. I know I'm going to be told that's not part of planning. Nevertheless, I'm going to ask about fire alarms and sprinklers. That's one question, Mrs. Upton Brown, and I want that recorded. The other thing I wanted to ask about was in condition 6. What does mechanically ventilating equipment mean? I guess I know why it's there, because of the perceived or the actual pollution in that part of our city. And secondly, it stops at the 3rd floor. I'm just curious as to why that system wouldn't go on to the 4th floor and above. I'd like to understand why it stops at the 4th floor. And certainly on condition 10, I mean, that pretty much covers the trees, you know, and I want to know how we'll know if they die because of the pollution, perceived pollution or the actual pollution. If they die, what sort of trees are going to go in there because of the situation with exhaust and monoxide, etc. How will we make sure that they are put back and that species are planted that are actually going to survive there? So those are sort of 3 questions. I hope you got those. Is that all right?
Right. The first question was around sprinkler systems, yes. And as we've discussed previously, the use of sprinkler systems is a building regulations matter rather than a planning matter.
I've asked a question, so it's
Your second question was around ventilation, and that's
what does mechanically ventilation mean? What does it do? And why does it stop above not go above the 3rd floor?
okay, fine. So, and Gary might want to add something further. So, mechanically ventilated means it's ventilated by a machine rather than being able to open the windows.
The windows are shut.
The windows are shut.
Sealed up.
And the reason for this is around air quality issues. So this is an area where there is issues around air quality, and therefore a mitigation to deal with the issue of air quality is that the residents of that property wouldn't be able to open their windows because of the impact that would have on them.
Can I ask a quick question?
And
so what we've been making sure the equipment's put in so they can smash the windows in case of fire?
yeah. So the equipment will be put in and it will be dealt with by condition. In the case of whether they can smash the windows in a case of fire, I don't think I'm going to be in a position to confirm to you how students might behave in the event of a fire, or anybody indeed. So that's beyond my remit here this afternoon, so I'll park that question.
It's a serious question. I mean, if there's a fire in the building, they can't get out through double glazed windows, and they're all sealed up. I just want to know whether they'd be able to smash the windows. If my kid was in there, I'd want them to know that they can smash the window and get out.
What I'm advising you is that
Yeah.
I don't think I'm in a position to say whether they can smash a window or not. I guess in part it might depend what they've got available in the room to smash the
Well, you
window.
can put
I'm
hammers
not
in.
in a position
Okay.
to answer that question. So in terms of the reason why you've got that mitigation as part of the proposal, it is to mitigate the impact of poor air quality, and the reason why it only goes up to the 3rd floor will because of the way the air quality issue is within that and the need for it only to be up to 3rd floor. Your third question was around trees, wasn't it?
The species of trees, because of the pollution,
Yeah.
what sort of trees are going to, how we're going to make sure they put in trees, if we get
Okay.
permission, what sort of
Okay.
trees are going to go in?
Okay, Gary might be able to confirm if they have identified the trees that they will be planting, but in looking at that, if there isn't a detail here and we're dealing with it by condition, then we will ensure that whatever species are planted are A, appropriate for the environment they're being planted in, but also B, may be able to reduce the impact of air quality because they may, for example, be evergreen trees, which obviously deal with air quality. But Gary, I don't know whether you want to confirm whether they have actually confirmed what species of trees are going to be planted.
No species has been specified, no landscaping scheme has been provided at this stage. I think the report sets out that the drawings in respect of the tree location is probably indicative, and what we have included is a condition that requires the submission of a landscaping scheme which would specify the species which we would consider in consultation with our own landscape architects and the City Council's horticultural officer.
So trees may not appear even so?
As I say, that it's indicative on the drawings. We would expect landscaping to go in there because that would partially act as a screen for noise and also close that area, but also provide privacy between the external terrace area and the windows that are located within the lower sections of the tower. So that's certainly something that we would be expecting to protect the privacy of those units.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
3 questions, one following on from Councillor Hunt. The forced air ventilation, will this include air conditioning? Because it does strike me that windows which are rooms which have no opening windows can get exceedingly hot. And so that's first question on the ventilation. I assume that the air intake will therefore be quite high up the building in order to get above the pollution levels. So I'd like a little more information on the ventilation. Secondly, there appears to be only one lift. Is this considered adequate for an 8-storey building with that number of people living in it? And thirdly, a piece of design. We see the colour of the cladding as being grey, having been taken to the cleaners once or twice before on colours of cladding. Is that correct, that it will be grey cladding or grey exterior?
I'll answer the first 2 and Gary can come in on the cladding. So in terms of the ventilation and whether there will be air conditioning, again, this is probably more a building regulations matter in terms of the thermal performance of the property and the comfort of the future occupants. So they'll be needing to demonstrate that there is that control of temperature throughout the year to ensure that the building can be occupied by the future occupants in a comfortable manner throughout the year, and taking into account any potential increase in temperature due to climate change. In terms of the means of escape and the one lift, again, this is more something for building regulations. So the scheme's been presented to us with one lift, and we've no reason to believe that it isn't adequate to meet the needs of the future occupants. But that is a matter that will be dealt with through building regs as well. And then, Gary, if you want to come in and add anything further to those 2 comments, and also pick up on the cladding issue.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add on the first 2 points unless you have follow-up questions. In terms of the materials, again, we've got some fairly detailed drawings which show us the type and orientation of the brick, the bonding pattern, the projections on different elements of the building. In terms of the materials, we are expecting a grey brick. This was discussed with the applicant through pre-application. It was discussed in detail with the design review panel with a selection of local architects. It was acknowledged that there's lots of red brick in the surrounding area, and actually using a red brick to clad what is a relatively large building would have been a little bit too solid. And actually a grey brick was considered appropriate to offer a contrast to the red brick that's more predominant within that particular area. But the actual finer details of the brick, the bonding pattern, and all of the other materials relating to the windows will be subject to a condition. However, we have presented that it will be a brick building with metal windows, metal surround, and that's what we'll be expecting in that sort of ballpark of materials.
Councillor Luke.
Would you please ensure that there are concerns on ventilation and on the adequacy of lift size are brought to the attention of building regulations?
I can take that away, but I can't be certain that our building control partnership will be the body that deal with this, because it may be an approved inspector.
Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
I found the answer to my question in the report, Chairman, so withdrawn.
Councillor Gerald Rowland Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got three questions. And I don't, either for the applicant or to Claire. The first is in terms of parking. As this is in from memory, a residential car parking, an RPZ, I'm presuming that residents here, as they're only providing 3 car parking spaces, would not qualify for getting residential, for being able to get a ticket within the residential car parking scheme that covers that, A. Secondly, on pages 28 and 29, I find 11 references that private sector housing are either concerned about the layout, or the size of the rooms is too small, or they've not been given any information to find out how large any of the rooms are. If that was 1 or 2 references, that would be one thing. But in 11 separate instances over those 2 pages, they're saying either that it's smaller than the recommended size, or they can't identify where it is, or they don't know what the room sizes are, and they're concerned about the safe entrance and exit. I'm wondering how that sits with the statement that private sector housing are happy, even though in 11 cases they're saying they don't understand, they don't know, or they're not happy. And my third area of concern, and it's a wonder about in terms of condition, because I think anything that happens to that building is going to make it better, being frank, is the use of the roof terrace, which is at 3rd floor level, late at night. I'm wondering if it's possible to put a condition on it that would be closed at a certain time, because I'm worried about late at night people being very noisy on it, and I'm particularly concerned for the residents who live in Vivash Road, just to the south of the property, because it's at the 3rd floor level, it's quite high, and at night things are relatively quiet, but also the people who live on the other properties, because quite a few people live on Fratton Road itself. So I'm wondering whether there might be the possibility of putting a condition on it of, say, that it shouldn't be used after, say, 11 o'clock at night to allow people to sleep.
Okay, on the parking zone, I think I'll ask our highway engineer who's sitting with us to just confirm that position.
So the address for the property is Fratton Road. Summers Road North, which borders the southern side, is part of JE zone.
Where the front door of the property actually is.
Yes, I'm not sure what the address would be. However,
That's where the front door is.
provided that there is only one address, they would be, as a worst case, would be entitled to just 2 permits for the entire building. So certainly each flat would not have requirement to get a permit.
And then I'll ask Gary just to confirm the comments of the private sector housing team versus the student SPD, and the conclusion that they have no objection.
Yeah, I think it's probably important to recognise that whilst they have highlighted a number of concerns, they have no objection to this proposal and the principle of the development that's being put in front of us. They have, through the course of both pre-application, the course of the application, until just before the committee report was written, have actually provided comments to us, which have been provided to the applicant, and the applicant has modified the building to address those concerns. The concerns that are remaining are relatively minor ones. You talk about the safety. I've just pulled this slide up. It's talking about doors overlapping, where you have a door into a unit which overlaps a bathroom door. So relatively minor issues. In terms of some of the units you talk of, again, very slightly below, but again, the private sector housing team have said that can be monitored and actually designed out to make sure that the units and the layout of the kitchen areas, for example, were designed in such a way that makes efficient use of the space. So overall, they're happy with the proposal, and we've taken the view that whilst there are these very minor concerns, given the very positive benefits of bringing this building back into use, that outweighs those very limited concerns.
Can I ask, particularly the one that worried me was the one about the risk of fire, which was the first one, the one-bed studios, the kitchen location in bedrooms 3, 4, 10, etc., does cause some concern in regard to locations. Recommend that kitchen areas relocated away from the entrance door, or a fire suppression system is installed within the kitchen area, which will reduce the risk to the residents. Has that happened?
The orientation and the layout of the kitchen spaces has not changed. What has happened is that through discussion with the applicant, they have confirmed that there would be a fire suppression system within there, and we've included an informative which doesn't get printed out.
Yeah, and then the third was around whether we could put a condition on saying that the roof terrace couldn't be used after 11 o'clock. I think there's no reason why you couldn't put that condition on. I think there may be an issue around the enforcement of that condition.
I'm sure if it's
But,
a problem, we'll
you know, if it's the committee's wish, then that's for the committee to consider and recommend that that condition is imposed if permission is granted.
Okay, following up to that question that you've just answered, Councillor Vernon Jackson's, there was a student hall of residence developed in St Jude ward where Councillor Symes brought objections about late night noise from students using the rear garden area. And when I specifically asked if we were able to impose a condition that stopped late night use of the outside space for the same reason, I was told no, we couldn't. And now you're saying yes, we can. What's the difference between the two?
Okay. Okay, good memory. Right, the difference between the two, on the other scheme, it was a garden that could be used as a garden, and therefore, in planning terms, why are you suddenly saying a garden can't be used as a garden and trying to make it? Whereas with this, you've got another use and you're bringing it into a residential use, so you're changing the way that building is being used, the people there, the occupation, etc. So it's that difference between the two is why I'm suggesting, and obviously from your point of view, what I'm saying to you is as a committee, you can choose to impose that condition. I'm not advising you that that condition is totally unacceptable, though I am questioning the enforceability of it.
Thank you, Claire. And the other questions related to the refuse and the bike storage. The Portsmouth Society and I'm assuming the Cycle Forum have raised concerns about the number of cycle storage units that are available. And if there's only one lift and otherwise people are going up and down by stairs, are there any rubbish chutes in this building, or are we going to have students lugging bags of rubbish up and down 8 flights of stairs if the lift's busy? Because that just seems a bit rather odd to me.
There's not a chute proposed within the building, and generally our refuse team tend to want to stray away from those because of the management of moving bins around the bottom of the chutes, which means you've then got to have separate rooms because you can't have residents using the same rooms. So there is only one refuse store. There is a condition proposed on there. Our waste team have confirmed that there's sufficient space, but actually that they want the layout changed slightly. So there is a condition on there which confirms that they can combine the office and the student hall's waste together, which is on the way out of the building. The bicycles, yes, it is less than what we have in the parking standards, but that is comparable to what has been provided within other large student halls within the city, and where we have monitored the use of those spaces, we've found that the uptake is around about a third. So this is in line with everything that we've seen on other student halls.
Councillor Lee Hunt.
I'm not asking these questions because I'm opposed to the application. I like it, okay? But I like it so much, so I want to get it completely right for the people who are going to go in there. So you have to forgive me. On the cooking odours from the, which one is it underneath? I think it's the pizza place. Which one is Domino's Pizza? How high up does the, I imagine they're going to love this. How high up does the extraction, is it likely to go? I see we've got to see a plan to be submitted in the conditions, but how high up is it likely to go? It's not going to end up near somebody's window, is it?
No, I mean, any extraction that needs to be changed as part of this application would be agreed through our environmental health team, and yes, any extraction point would not be near the windows of students. On that, the environmental health team have indicated that the extraction in its current location is acceptable, and one of the reasons why there is the mechanical ventilation to first, second and third floors is to address not only the traffic noise, but also noise from the adjoining commercial uses and smells and odours.
And I think there's going to be, my last two questions, there's like conditions, there's 12 conditions. I think it's 12. Yeah. So can we put in, Mrs Upton Brown, a condition, following on from Councillor Mason's point, a condition that details of an air conditioning unit should, because of concerns raised by overheating in the rooms, which was a very good point, because we're south-facing as well, and our concerns that have an adverse impact on the living conditions of future intended occupiers. Is that a lawful condition that we can put in?
You could put it in. I think the difficulty is it's something that's dealt with under different legislation. It's dealt with under the building regulations.
But we didn't. I didn't get the confidence that it would be. Quite frankly.
Well, you know, ultimately, as a committee, it's up to you to impose conditions that you feel are appropriate.
So, yeah. And following on from Councillor Vernon Jackson's, I didn't notice in any conditions about the residents in there qualifying for a resident car parking permit, unless I missed it in the report. I've missed it. All right, thank you. Well, I didn't want to stop at 13, you see, it's unlucky for some conditions. I wanted to find a 14th one, because there we are. Anyway, so...
Superstitious old thing.
Yeah, indeed, I am superstitious. I won't walk under ladders, and I don't like shoes being the wrong way around. So when it comes to comments, I'm sorry if I was on my phone just now. My nipper was accusing me of taking his keys away, and he's just found them under his washing. So there you are.
Hunt,
that's why I was on the phone.
whilst we enjoy your...
Indeed, it's a long committee. I'm trying to make a bit of fun. So when it comes to the recommendations, I'd like to put that condition in and see what the committee say.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very positive application. Venture Tower is a contender for the ugliest building in Portsmouth award, and the proposed recladding and repurposing of it vastly improves it. And as we've seen from the Zurich building, it is possible to bring an old building back to life with the careful use of materials and careful redesign. In terms of the principle for student use, I think, well, the elephant in the room is actually this could more or less be done without planning permission, because you could do this as an office to residential conversion where it just so happened that every occupant was a student. And on the planning history, it's not on there, but I'm sure there was a permitted development prior notification for this building for bed sits. I mean, personally, if we had the option, I'd like to concentrate the student development in the city centre more tightly than this. But we need to recognise that we need to recognise what's viable. If things aren't viable, they don't get built. And we also need to recognise a sort of policy position on this. So while I would personally prefer private residential in their location, I think the students are an acceptable use. And therefore, I move the report in full.
I'd be very happy with that, but I would like to add a condition about not using the outside space after, say, 11 o'clock at night to make sure we look after the residential amenity of neighbours. I don't know if that's acceptable to the applicant. May not be able to say, but anyway, I'd like to add that as an addition, please.
Yeah, I'm willing to second that additional condition. I'm sure, therefore, Councillor Vernon Jackson will be happy to second my proposal for an additional condition that the air conditioning be put in because of the concerns raised about overheating, which might have an adverse impact on the quality of life of future intended occupiers. Really pleased about this application. I think a great deal of hard work's gone into it, Mr Simpson. Thank you very much indeed to everybody involved. It's a very encouraging application there. It's going to have a big impact on the economic vitality of the Fratton District Shopping Centre. I'm really pleased with it, so I'm very pleased to vote for it.
Members, I'll only make one throwaway comment that if I was a student looking for accommodation, this would be perfect. It's within 50 yards of 2 pubs, a library, a huge superstore, various takeaway food outlets, and I congratulate the people on deciding to do something with this building. Obviously, I'm not voting on this, but we have a proposal, and that is to several proposals and seconders with conditions as given by.
Come in on that to say that I'm happy to accept the conditions proposed by the other.
Okay, this is right. See, this is the way it's gone. Proposed and seconded with all the conditions that have been added, and I'm sure Claire has written them all down. So all those in favour, please raise their hands, and that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to 8 Queen's Road, and I ask if Mark Holman is in the. Would you like to come forward, please?
Chairman, I wonder if you'd mind. I have a sandwich, and would you mind if I munch quietly? I know it's during the presentation, otherwise I may gently faint.
If you can munch dignified. If the officer would like to present, please.
Thank you. This application relates to an existing building which is on the south side of Queen's Road, just round the corner from the Kingston Road local centre. It's a 2-storey building that was currently vacant but was formerly a doctor's surgery, and the proposal is to convert and extend the building to form a total of 8 flats. Just to clarify, the reason this application is for you at committee is because we have a highway engineer, an objection from our highway engineers on the grounds of a shortfall in parking, because the proposal would provide 4 parking spaces, but in accordance with the adopted parking standards, it would require 9. So there is a shortfall in 5 spaces. And as I go through, I'll explain that the factors that we've taken into account in reaching our determination. So I've just provided some photographs of the existing building. You can see it was a building built in the 70s. It's got quite a unique appearance. I apologise that the photographs are a bit dark there, but you can see there's quite a range of styles in this area. Opposite the site, on the other side of Queen's Road, is Buckland United Reformed Church, which is a locally listed building. There's an existing vehicle access into the site, which is down the side, and it leads to a hard surfaced area at the back, which is where the parking used to take place for the doctor's surgery on an informal basis, so it wasn't laid out formally as parking. We've got the back of the residential properties to the east here, and the image here is looking. So I'm just going to work that out. Looking to the west there. The elevations indicate what the proposals are in terms of the built form. So the red dashed outline, which hopefully you can see, is showing the existing building. The proposal is to extend the building to create another second floor and an extension to the rear. There would also be a new front projection at the front here to create an entrance and projecting bay feature. The second floor would then be set in to create more of a subservient appearance, and the corners, which you'll see in the images I'm going to put on the next slide, would have a curved appearance to match that of the existing building. So these images are probably a better way of visualising the proposal. This is the building as it exists, and the proposal is to extend it to a maximum height of 3 stories, which would be no higher than the buildings here to the east, and to keep the characteristics and design style of the existing building. In terms of the accommodation, on ground floor level, there would be the bin and cycle storage facilities, along with 3 flats, 1 2-bed and 2 1-bed. There would then be the access which exists, so there's no alterations to this, which would go into the rear parking area, which would be formally laid out to provide the 4 parking spaces, one of which would be disabled. There would also be some private areas of amenity space for a couple of the units at ground floor level. And the upper floors, on the first floor, there would be it would be the additional flats, with the final 3 flats on the upper floor with a communal terrace area at first floor level there. Oops, yeah. In terms of, just to explain the parking issue, you'll see in the report, it's set out there in the report, the planning judgment that we've made. The site is located just round the corner from the local centre, although in the terms of the principle, it's not on the main frontage. It is a vacant building, and this would bring a building back into a viable use, and the principle of having residential here is considered acceptable given the residential surroundings as well. Consideration has been given to the accessible location, the fact that some parking has been provided, and that the nature of the site means that it isn't possible to provide any more, unless you were to have a much lesser development, which wouldn't necessarily maximise the development potential of the site, or in fact removing some of the building, because there is no other space to provide the parking. There was also a decision in 2015 of a scheme nearby which had no parking. It's of some relevance. It does have different circumstances, but it is referred to. And then the other point to note is existing use as a doctor's surgery would have generated additional traffic and likely to have generated additional parking need, although it is recognised that that would have been at a different time of day. So, on balance, a decision has been made that this scheme is acceptable, and the recommendation is for conditional permission as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, please. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Even though the applicant is aware there's a recommendation for approval, he has requested that we represent him today, as we believe this demonstrates the importance of this planning application. The original proposal was to create 5 number 1-bed apartments and 3 number 2-bed apartments, but to assist the LPA in supporting the application, a bedroom has been lost to create additional cycle storage and refuse facilities on the ground floor. The application, as described by the planning officer, is for the conversion of the existing building and erection of a new second floor to create 2 number 2-bed apartments and 6 number 1-bed apartments. The scheme presented before you is fundamentally the scheme upon which was initially submitted, and the planning officer had been very positive in regard to the proposal in terms of redeveloping the existing building rather than a proposal which would lead to its demolition. The proposal conformed to all local, national policy and local planning policies in regard PSC 13, a greener Portsmouth, PSC 10, housing density, PSC 14, a healthier city, PSC 17, transport, PCS 21, housing density, and PCS 23, design and conservation. Although the application has been recommended for approval, it has been presented to the committee in regard to comments received from Highways. These focus on the levels of parking on the proposed scheme. It should be noted that a Highways officer accepts the existing doctor's surgery would have a high demand for parking and indeed for staff members of the practice, and the proposal does not lose any external parking space to the rear in terms of hard landscaping. The planning officer requested additional cycle storage which has been added to the proposal, and the client, to further enforce the application's compliance with local planning policy, commissioned an independent transport survey which added further support to the planning officer's recommendation of approval. It has been accepted by Highways that the proposal would likely reduce the amount of vehicle movements than that of the existing use, and with one-bedroom units, only 38% of occupants generally own a car. This was brought out together in the transport survey, together with some spare capacity upon the highway. The proposals will reuse the rear of the site that is located in a sustainable location and is currently underutilised. The existing building requires maintenance and currently has no long-term future, with the doctor's surgery having been closed for over a year. The proposals result in the creation of a much-needed residential dwellings, thereby helping to deliver the housing requirement for the borough, whilst also being in accordance with local and national policy. The character and appearance will be contemporary, which is in keeping and consistent with Queen's Road. It will improve the quality of the street scene through the use of high-quality materials. The proposals include adequate cycle parking, thereby promoting the use of sustainable transport methods and comply with local planning policy. The application was due for a delegated approval and posted on the members' information board with no request this be heard at committee, but at the last minute we've requested this be heard and we've waited 6 weeks for the opportunity to present this case to you today. We believe the only minor objection raised from Highways has no material consideration, and they have accepted the fact we have provided a robust case, and in the circumstances we consider that your planning officer's report and recommendation are comprehensively presented and trust that this will be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from members, please. Gerald.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the issue is the parking issue, and I wondered if there had been any discussion with the applicant about whether there was the possibility of making more parking available by creating some parking spaces underneath, so on the ground floor, with the building going above on floors 1 and 2, so that they could get closer to having a to meeting the needs that our parking policy sets down.
We didn't have those discussions, and the reason for that is because the proposal is actually to convert the existing building and then extend it, and such a proposal that, as suggested, would be a whole redesign and would require rebuilding of the building.
Councillor Lee Hunt. We're still on questions, members. Then we'll go to comments, and it is yourself, Councillor.
Yeah, really happy to propose this. I'm grateful for the Highways team bringing it to us over the parking. It is a big issue in this neck of the woods, and it's right that we should raise questions about it, but everything taken into account is a good application. I actually don't think it's contemporary. It is a contemporary look, but it's got a little bit of a retro 30s feel to it with the rounded corners, which I like very much indeed. And it will, as you say, Mr. Holman, add to the streetscape along there and replaces rather tired-looking 70s building, so I'm very happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Gerald.
Thank you. I'd like to propose refusal on the grounds that it breaks council policy. We have a policy that is set down which talks about the amount of parking that is required, which is 10 spaces here, and we're providing 4. There is no point in having a council policy if we don't then enforce it. And I'm sorry, and the Highways Engineer's report is absolutely clear that there is already significant problems of people parking on yellow lines on a regular basis, and by creating something where we're under-providing by 6 spaces, where we've got a planning policy that we're able to use, seems to me we have no choice but to enforce the policies that we've set down. Otherwise, we might as well just bin the policies.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Claire to come in on the fact that it's a conversion.
Right. Just to advise the committee in terms of policies, as you know, we have a range of policies throughout, and some of which may at times conflict with each other, and you may need to make planning judgments on those policies. You also, under the Planning Act, have to consider your policies unless material considerations tell you that you depart from those policies. In this case, you have been advised as an existing use that has a parking demand. It's a conversion of a building, and your officers are advising that the conversion is acceptable and that the level of parking given that it is an existing use with a certain level of parking, is acceptable. So as a planning committee this afternoon, you have to decide whether or not, given that there is an existing use on this site, we're not dealing with a vacant site, and this is a use that brings the site into a use, provides homes within the city, whether you want to accept that it is slightly deficient in parking, if you take it in pure terms against the parking standard, and deliver homes on this site, or whether you'd like to go to appeal. And I would suggest lose the appeal on the grounds that it doesn't provide a certain number of parking spaces.
Claire, could I ask you, has the highways engineer for City Council objected to this on the basis of not enough car parking? I think a yes or no answer would be sufficient.
I think you've already been advised the grounds for objection.
So the answer was yes, the highways engineer has objected. Thank you.
Provision. Sorry, parking provision.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Were this to be a new development, I think that the points which Councillor Vernon Jackson has made would be pertinent. This is, however, a conversion of an existing building. Ideally, we would like to see more parking, yes, but I think that there does come a time at which you have to say our policy must be applied with some sense of acceptance of the conditions which actually exist in a particular part of our city. Here, there is no possibility of, I would think, putting more car parking spaces in unless we were to move from a conversion to a demolition and new build. So I support Councillor Hunt's proposal.
Councillor Colin Galloway.
Thank you, Chair. Parking is, as you know, one of my bête noirs. I tend to agree with Councillor Vernon Jackson. We're not talking about one or two parking spaces that we are prepared to overlook. We're talking about 5. That, to me, is a little car too far. I love the application itself. I love the Art Deco effect of the building. Wonderful. I think it would be excellent accommodation. Unfortunately, with this sort of accommodation, you will get motorists, people that will actually want to drive to their nice, fancy apartment. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place here. This, I would love to see go ahead. I would also like to see sufficient cars for it. We can't accept it under the lack of 5 car spaces. Sorry.
Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fundamental difference between the reuse and extension of an existing building and the construction of a wholly new development. It is pretty clear that in the scheme that we've got before us, that there is no room to create additional parking. The only way you could do that and it still be a conversion is not to build a top story. And I think given the national position on development and that you have quite substantial buildings along that street, I think it's 4 stories next door, that to insist on 2 stories would be seen as unreasonable in planning terms, and therefore I'm happy to support. I'm not sure if Councillor Mason seconded Councillor Hunt's proposal or not. You did? Well, I would intend to support it.
Members, we have 2 proposals. We have the first proposal from Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason, and that is to grant permission. And we have a second proposal from Councillor Joe Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Galloway, to refuse. So we'll take the first one first. Councillor Hunt's proposal to accept the officer's recommendation, please. Those in favour? Those against? 5-2. I think that negates the second vote. That permission is granted. Thank you, members.
Could we suggest we ditch our parking policy as it's clearly no use?
Now.
Can I suggest to members, quite seriously, you've got a site here in a highly sustainable location and we were requiring parking. I suggest that we revisit our parking standards and see if they are in line with the NPPF and what we're strategically trying to achieve as a city in terms of encouraging people to move away from the private motor car and use cycling, walking and public transport.
But Chairman, this was a proposal that Two Jags Prescott proposed that by not providing people with car parking, nobody would have cars. Actually, we know that was a complete disaster, and they just had cars and parked them on the highway. So it'd be foolish if we were to follow Mr. Prescott's proposal, as it was a complete, absolute and utter disaster, particularly for this city.
And on that note, I'm now going to call a 5-minute comfort break. And I mean 5 minutes, lads and lasses. Right, members and members of the public, we'll carry on. We're now on 137 London Road, and I'll ask the officer to present the proposals. Thank you.
Before you start, Chairman, can I just do an interest thing, which is that the applicant's agent, Darren Brewer, is someone I know. I don't think that counts as an interest in itself because it's not the applicant, he's just acting as the agent, but it should go on to. Yeah, yes, absolutely, but I think it should be, just noted.
I think many of us know Mr. Brewer, by reputation at least.
Thank you. This application relates to 137 London Road, which lies just north of the roundabout junction with Gladys Avenue. It's an existing building which was formerly an estate agent's office with offices above. It is currently vacant, and the proposal is to convert the building into a 5-bedroom house in multiple occupation, which would be part of the rear ground floor and the upper 2 floors, along with extensions at the rear and a rear dormer window and alterations to the shop front. The unit at ground floor level would be retained, but at a smaller size, so there would still be a commercial frontage to London Road. I've just put this aerial image up, which is just flipped round in orientation, so the roundabout is here, but it's just to show that the property, which is this one, has a small courtyard and a rear access which comes out here, which is quite a narrow alleyway access. Some photographs to say the frontage of the site is one here, which is Brayburn Estate Agents, which has a first floor bay window and some accommodation in the roof space. And then this is another image just showing the sort of narrowness of the rear alleyway. And the reason for showing you that is that the part of the proposal is to create a separate entrance on the front for the HMO and a separate entrance for the commercial unit, because the alleyway at the back wouldn't be seen as an appropriate access for new residential development. This is some images from the rear of the site. At the moment, there's an open light well here. This building to the south does have some windows here. These are understood to serve offices, and with their orientation facing north, the light and outlook there is fairly restricted. And part of the proposal would be to infill this light well, but the height of the extension has been kept to a relatively low level, and it's considered that, given that the light and outlook to these windows is already restricted and they serve offices, the impact there is not considered significant. Just on this photo here, this shows the boundary with the property to the north. This wall actually, it forms a boundary to an adjacent flat roof which is being used, whether or not legally or not, but it's being used as a kind of roof terrace area for the hanging of washing. These are some photographs from inside the property. The commercial, it's all vacant, so I've just shown you some photos just to as examples. So this is the vacant commercial unit. This is the standard type of first floor room, and then we've got rooms existing in the loft at the moment, served by Velux windows. In terms of proposal, the proposal would create at ground floor level, as I said, a retained shop unit here, or shop or office unit. There would then be a separate access created to a corridor leading through to the back of the ground floor, where there would be a communal kitchen and living area for the house for the HMO. This would lead out into a small courtyard, which would accommodate bike and bin storage. There would be access to the rear alleyway, but the main entrance would be at the front. On the upper floor, there would then be 3 bedrooms. Each bedroom would have its own ensuite bathroom. One of these bedrooms would be created by an extension, which I'll show you in the next image. And then at roof level, there'd be a further 2 bedrooms. This one would be created by the construction of a rear dormer window. So in terms of the alterations, on the front, it's modest alterations to the shop front to create a separate access. To the rear, you've got the rear dormer window here. This was actually amended during the course of the application to reduce its size and set it in to the roof space to make it more of a subservient feature. The roof height of this rear projection would be increased. A 2-story extension would be constructed here, and there's the extension infill in the light well. And I think the next image will probably help show it a bit better, which you've got in front of you. So this is the extent of the 2-story rear extension, single-story rear extension, and rear dormer window. The other thing that was amended during the course of the application was the depth and height of this element, so as to reduce any impact on the people that live to the north here. And then this just shows that the courtyard, the doors have also been increased in size to have a better outlook into the courtyard and a better space. This is in terms of the HMO, the map that shows the count in the area. From the figures that we have, we only identified one HMO in that area. So granting permission for this property would increase the percentage to 2.4%, which would be within the 10% threshold in accordance with policy PCS 20. So the proposal is considered acceptable in principle. The extensions are considered acceptable in design terms and in terms of the impact on the amenity of surrounding residents. The recommendation is for conditional permission. The main point, though, that I've just realised I haven't mentioned is why it's at committee, which is due to the shortfall in parking, again, like 8 Queen's Road. In this case, there's no issue with the commercial element, given it's reduced in size. The issue is that the HMO would require 2 parking spaces in accordance with the adopted standards, and similarly to the other case, as you could see from the photos, there is nowhere on that site that you could provide 2 parking spaces. So on the planning balance, we have, as set out in the report, we've considered the benefits of bringing this building back into a viable use and the sustainable location within the North End district centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions, and Councillor Gerald Varner-Jackson.
Thank you. On the last one, it seemed to me there was a possibility of getting more car parking, but clearly there isn't on this one. So my question is a different one. On this, it's a worry I have across the city, looking at where we've given permission where there is render. After a few years, it starts to look really tatty around the city. There's block on Elm Grove, which I've showed Claire, which is awful. And then the Horseshoe, where the Horseshoe pub used to be, the render is stained with water, and so it's gone grey and grubby in very unimaginative and unpleasant stripes. I'm not sure we should ever be encouraging people to put render on, because they don't keep it up and it just looks grotty. 2 on there is meant to be render. Is there any way we can say not render but have something that looks better after a few years, i.e. brick?
I was just double checking, but I believe we put a condition on for the details of materials to be agreed, but I'm just double checking that.
But people don't keep buildings up that have got rendered in this city, and they look lovely for the first year and rubbish for the 99 years after that. All right, and there will be some very considerate and very good landowners who do keep them up, but seems to be in places where there are blocks of flats, the landlords don't tend to.
Yep, sorry, we have put a condition on. Condition number 8 is to approve the materials. So if we felt that what they came up with wasn't acceptable, we could ask them for an alternative.
Or to paint it every 5 years.
Can't enforce that.
Okay, then no render.
I don't think we can guarantee, sitting here this afternoon, that it won't be render, because we don't know what materials might be proposed, we don't know the condition of the brickwork, etc., etc. So I think we can say to the committee we have a condition and we will consider what we think is appropriate, bearing in mind the comments you're making, but I don't think we can guarantee to you this afternoon that it's not going to be render.
Another point, just that this is on the rear of the property, which it's not. I mean, I know that we shouldn't say it's not an argument per se, but it's not on the main frontage of London Road. It is at the back.
Councillor Mason.
Am I right in thinking that the communal area and kitchen are only lit by a small rear window and 3 roof lights? Is this adequate lighting for a communal kitchen and dining area?
No, it's also lit by the French doors, which is you can see on the image on the screen. So the window, the French doors and the roof lights.
Is that considered adequate?
Yes.
Councillor Stephen Pitt.
Thank you, Chair. I've committed some of the new SPD to memory, but not all of it. Could officers remind me, I know a single room, the new minimum standard that we've put in is 7.5 square metres, but what is it for a double?
11.5.
Thank you.
Comments, members, please, if any. Councillor Stubbs.
I can't see anything wrong with it as a proposal. It's about making good use of an existing building which is obsolete in its current purpose. I think we're actually going to see quite a lot more of this in some of the shopping areas as as demand for retail and office space continues to decline. I'm happy to propose the recommendation.
Councillor Galloway, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, in spite of me being against the lack of parking, this one is only missing 2 car spaces. So I think in light of that, I would second the proposal to accept this.
Members, I have a proposal to accept the officer's recommendations and a seconder. Is there any other proposals? Could we please have a vote on this? All those in favour, please show.
With no render.
Hopefully with no render. Thank you, members. Permission granted. Members, we now move on to 44 Belmont Street, and I'm going to get the planners to explain the running order, because there's 4, if you look, in front of us. So I don't know if you're going to do this, Claire. I'll call to Ms. Dake or Dak, whichever, if I'm getting this right or wrong, to come forward, please. And Mr. Chris Boyd, the agent, would like to come forward, please.
The issue will be if we say yes to all of them.
But hey, you're supposed to do it.
If Rebecca would like to introduce us and explain how we're going to do the 4. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you can see, there's 4 applications on the same street, 34, 36, 42 and 44 Beaumont Street. All of them are for a proposed change of use from houses which are already in use as houses of multiple occupation. And the proposal is to change the use to allow them the flexibility to go from a C4 HMO to a dwelling house without the need for planning permission, which would have required that before Portsmouth had put the Article 4 in place. The applications are at committee, but at the request of the deputation from the local resident. What I intend to do is just I'll present the first one, number 44. We have separate presentations, but there isn't much on there, but the issues are all the same. In a sense, they are all existing terraced houses, 3-storey buildings on Beaumont Street.
Rebecca, just could you point out on the thing, on that picture, which the other ones are?
Sorry, so this is 44 and then 42, which is next door.
And on the photo, which way does that go?
Yeah, sorry, that's been flipped around. That is a bit confusing, but it's that one there.
Yeah, okay.
42, and then we've got 34 and 36, which are these 2 here.
And where is that on the photo?
I might have to go to the next slide because they're further along.
Okay, thanks.
But we have got floor plans of them, but really, because they are in existing use as an HMO, it's not really relevant for us to consider. They have provided the evidence, and that's been corroborated against the council's evidence to say that they have been HMOs before the Article 4 direction was put in place on the 1st of November 2011. And on that basis, the change of use wouldn't have any impact on the balance of uses, and in fact could be said to have a positive impact because it could potentially allow them to be occupied as family dwellings. And for that reason, they are all recommended for permission. I can just flip to one of the other slides to show 34 and 36. So yeah, these are, it's the 2 at the end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dak, am I pronouncing it right or wrong? Dak, you've got 6 minutes, please, if you'd like to give your deputation.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Committee. I understand that the applicant aims to prove that the properties are C4s already since pre-November 2011, and that the change of use to mixed C3 and C4 use may actually be more desirable for us as residents in the street. However, I felt really strongly that I wanted to come along and make my points today regarding HMOs and Belmont Street specifically. I've lodged an objection to all 4 applications in Belmont Street on the same grounds, and this relates to the C4 element of the application of HMOs. There is an imbalance of HMOs for the main part student HMOs in Belmont Street and the surrounding area. In fact, the density of HMOs far exceeds the cap that Portsmouth City Council have themselves placed upon the town and is over 60% within the 50-metre radius of these 4 properties. As we know, the cap is 10%. The mixed-use C3 and C4 is also considered in the supplementary planning document, adopted last month, as an HMO. Policy PCS 20 and the supplementary planning document recognise and seek to ensure that supply of family housing is not jeopardised and that communities are not negatively impacted. Section 1.12 to 1.15 in the SPD states that permission will be refused where there is already an imbalance and over 10%. In Belmont Street, we have 3 family homes that are sandwiched individually between a row of 10 student houses, most of which are 6-bed. We have continuous problems with the noise and rubbish. The student houses are in bad condition and are used for drug-related activity. I'm surprised that environmental health and the private sector housing have not been invited here today to make representations due to the large number of complaints that they've had. Policy PCS 23 allows provision to refuse applications for HMOs where proposals fail to protect the amenity of and provision of a good standard of living environment for neighbours and local occupiers. This is certainly the case in Belmont Street. There are too many students. In principle, I and the other residents would not object to a handful of well-managed HMOs with more balance between students and working individuals, but the cumulative impact of around 17 large student properties where students' waking hours seem to be between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. during the working week is unacceptable. In fact, last night I was woken up due to number 34, around 15 students partying outside their front door for about 20 minutes. Policy PCS 19 states that 40% of developments should be family homes. The houses in Belmont Street with off-street parking and 3, 4 or 5 bedrooms, gardens and schools nearby are ideal for this unique use, unique in Southsea with a Grade 2 listed building in the street, and they're wasted on students. They would equally lend themselves well to flat conversions that could accommodate young professionals or small families. The Human Rights Act 1998 requires that the local authority consider Article 1, the first protocol to the right of enjoyment of property when considering planning applications. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the 4 objectors that have come forward, as well as other objectors that were too frightened to, when I say that living in Belmont Street is not an enjoyment, while all of the HMOs continue to operate. We need to restore the balance in this unique and interesting street, and the good work that the Council has already done to extend the HMO policies is vital to this. Our concerns must be addressed. I am just about to join 2 other households in the street in installing CCTV on my house. Cars have been damaged, and the incidents that I have reported include students throwing glass bottles out of their windows onto the road and drunk students fronting up to me aggressively when I ask them to be quiet in the middle of the night. The police are reluctant to attend, and the landlords and managing agents do not care and do not respond, as the tenancies for student properties only last for 9 months. We never know what we are going to get year after year, and live in fear when the cycle starts again in September. I understand that the flexible C3, C4 use is preferable to the property only having C4 use. So I feel like our hands are tied really, and it's too late for Belmont Street. But if these houses remain as HMOs, then the landlords must be forced to reconsider the type of dwelling they are operating, and Portsmouth City Council must enforce higher standards for issuing HMO licences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Broyd, please.
First things first, I welcome the officer's recommendations and the findings of the property, and I do want to ensure, especially the residents of Belmont Street, taking a look at the design of the properties you see there. There are policies in place to stop any development above the roof level of the existing house line. You cannot extend to the front, you cannot extend to the rear. This is not a cheeky way of trying to get additional 3 or 4 bedrooms onto a property. It's not that at all. And I'm aware that there are policies in place with Portsmouth City Council in relation of noise and disturbance. The university will also enforce on the tenants where they are misbehaving in the community. And if in relation to some of I can't vouch for all the properties that are in that street, but if there are particular properties where the management has failed, the licensee has a duty of care. That information can be obtained also from Portsmouth City Council, especially with assistance of the local residents associations. Will certainly point them in the right direction. The application here is for mixed use C3, C4. I myself do not manage these properties, but I am agent to the application. The assurance here is that they are seeking, where market trends prevail, to be able to put families into the property, and where market conditions prevail, be able to go back to C4 use again. The only alternative is to keep it at C4 use at any cost, which clearly would not be beneficial to the neighbourhood whatsoever. As I say, I welcome the officer's recommendations and findings, and she is correct. If it was a case that families were to be moved into these properties, it would be respite for the tenants if it is bad, as my colleague is stating. So what we are asking for here is for mixed use, not the message, no families here, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to questions, members, and other questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could, we touched very briefly on why this application here is presumably it's regularisation of HMOs that we didn't know about before, or we did know?
No, it's to. At the moment, they are lawful C4 uses by virtue of how long they've been C4.
No, that's the point. We didn't know about them before, did we? We know about them.
We did know about
them.
Yeah.
But do they have a lawful planning use of an HMO?
Yes, because of how long they've been used. They were HMOs before the Article 4 direction was put in place in November 2011.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I'm getting being totally thick here.
That's right.
So the impression I've got is that it's here today, and from what you have said, is that we're looking at an application that is looking to go to C4 and C3 on the grounds as a historic use as an HMO. So is the use of the land now authorised in planning terms as a C4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Joe Rafana-Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we all know that we're going to be constrained by what planning policy allows us to do or whatever. But I know Belmont Street, and one of the things that strikes me when I'm down there is that there's rubbish all over the place, which is awful. I don't know if the council has produced or should produce something that is a guide to residents about how to make complaints if you've got student households that are difficult. If not, it would seem to be that sensible thing to do. But what I would do is contact the City Council every single time, 24 hours a day. If there's a problem, there's people here 24 hours a day to complain to. Also to the police and to the private sector housing in terms of their licence. But the people who I find most useful in terms of complaining to and getting changes in behaviour is the university itself. And I would plague the Vice-Chancellor's office with daily or hourly phone calls. And I think we can provide you his mobile number if you want to phone him at night and at the weekend. But I think when I've tried to do houses which have proved difficult with difficult tenants who happen to be students, the university has been fairly successful at getting people to change their behaviour. That's not a planning issue, but in terms of making sure people's lives are better, that's the outcome that we're all trying to achieve.
comment, Lee?
So, I'd like to thank Mrs. Dack. And as before, sometimes I sit here feeling very embarrassed and utterly helpless in the face of impressive deputations from peoples whose lives are being plagued. And I completely agree with you. This council, no matter what any councillor says, even me, we're not doing enough to sort out these problems. We've gone as far as we can in planning terms. We've brought forward some very good policies which you've talked about today, and we're very grateful for that. But the truth of it is, you go down our streets and the rubbish that floods down the street and the annoyance that people can cause at night time to people and ruin their lives means that the council's not doing enough, that the letting agents, I'm sorry Mr Boyd, aren't doing nearly enough, and the university is not doing nearly enough. We're elected by people to look after them, everyone, but this story comes back over and over and over and over again, and it never goes away. And at the end of it are people's lives and their families. And we do as much as we possibly can within the planning committee, and we've had a great deal of success lately. But 60% is huge, isn't it? You know, it will have means that we haven't got mixed and balanced, and I'm extremely sorry. And I was very touched, and I was very upset by your deputation because I feel so sorry for you and your residents along there whose lives have been plagued in this way. And I would like to be able to say I can do loads more, but I can't. It's the same in my own ward. You know, as much as we take officers down there, and I don't blame the officers entirely, or the councillors, but this situation of filth and rubbish and people running about at night time, destroying the lives of permanent residents is just not on. And the council needs to get together apolitically and sort this issue out. I've been banging on about it all 18 years I've been here, and I'm making a plea again today. And I really wish that letting agents would go around and sort these people out. I really wish, and I do, I go and bang on doors of people who are being noisy and upsetting their neighbours, and I tell them about it. I'll get into trouble one day, perhaps. But something has to be done about it, and the council isn't doing enough. I'm sorry.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm sure the rest of us agree. Mrs. Dack does understand, I think, that it is beyond our remit.
But she needs
we might not agree with it.
Indeed, she also needs to understand that we empathise.
Yes, I think she's got that from us. Our hands are tied, but this, as a planning committee, we are tied by the rules. Councillor Lee Mason.
Chairman, next Lord Mayor. I walk down Belmont Street most times when I walk from the civic offices and then down the alleyway at the end. So I know something of the problem. This may be some slight relief. If the New Era agency is able to let some of these houses to families, what I have seen in a number of other streets is where a significant number of properties have reverted from multiple occupation to single occupation, there is a change in culture. So I believe that this may give you some relief, and I will certainly propose the officer's recommendation on all 4 of these.
Councillor Stubbs, please.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly happy to second the recommendations. I mean, we all obviously all recognise there are problems with communal living, with houses in multiple occupation under some circumstances, and there's particular concentrations in the inner districts of the city. From the perspective of this planning application, it is sort of pretty much open and closed. I mean, this doesn't cause any planning harm because this potentially lowers the concentration of people living in the area. And as a comment back when I had responsibility for planning policy, one thing I wanted to consider was making changes from C4 to mixed C3, C4 permitted development. In other words, taking this application out of planning, because I can't see a circumstance under which an application of this type is refused. And the only reason that didn't happen is because we need to keep records of what is the lawful use. And if we don't require some form of application, then we're in a pretty poor position then, because we're not able to establish, whether a use has changed or not. And so for that reason, and that reason alone, this has to still go through planning. But to my mind, I can't see any circumstance under which this particular change of use from C4 to mixed C3, C4 would ever be refused. So I do think we have to go on this. Thank you.
Councillor Pett, please.
Just a very quick one, just to agree with everything that Luke's just said, actually. I have raised this with Claire and with Bruce Lomax recently. Just a month after the start of term, there were nearly 130 vacant former student properties available for let in the south of the city, indicating that the trend towards concentrating student accommodation in the city centre is beginning to show a real impact. And we want to see that trend continue. What we don't want is those properties left empty for weeks on end while we're sorting out what Luke has quite adequately described as sort of a planning technicality. But I know that Claire and Bruce are already looking at that, and discussions are going on with the Cabinet member.
Thank you. So just refresh me, who proposed to accept the, Hugh Mason proposed to accept the officer's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Luke Stubbs. All those in favour on all four options? That's unanimous. Thank you. Members, we're going to move on to 20 Montgomery Road. If we could have Dr. Martin Willoughby and from the East Street, East St Thomas, sorry, not East Street, yeah. Just shows you where I live. It does show my age. Residents Forum. And he is already there. Okay, so it's the officer to present, please.
Thank you. Okay, the application relates to number 20 Montgomery Road, which is outlined here in red on the location plan, and just here on the street scene image. And as you can see, is a terraced property lying to the north-east side of Montgomery Road. So the application proposes a change of use from a C4 HMO to a sui generis HMO. In terms of floor plans, which you should now have in front of you, the only change to the existing layout is bedroom number 7, which has previously been in use as a study, and that is converted to provide the 7th bedroom. So it's a 7-bed, 7-person HMO that's being proposed. In terms of photographs, the house is currently being refurbished, so I'm afraid I couldn't get safe access to all of the rooms, so I just have a limited number of photographs. But this is the property at the moment. There aren't any external alterations or amendments proposed as part of this application. This is the view from the rear kitchen window here out into the yard area. Yep. Then this is the ground floor kitchen living space, which is, as you can see at the moment, is in the process of having kitchen units fitted and no flooring or decoration at the moment. And then just a selection of the bedrooms. So bedroom 4 in the top left-hand side, bedroom 3, which is the first floor front-facing room, bedroom 6, which is the front room in the roof space of the property, and the shower bathroom, which is on the second floor. In terms of the count, there are 79 properties within the 50-metre radius. As I say, this is in use as a C4 currently, so the count would stay at 35.44%, so well over the 10% threshold. Please ignore the bottom line, that was an error. It would not be recounted twice in changing from a C4 to sui generis, so it would stay at 35.44%. I also just wanted to give you slightly revised wording for 2 of the reasons of refusal. You'll see in the update paper that there's a slight change proposed to the reason of refusal number 2 to include reference to the under provision of bathrooms. But just to emphasise the impact in terms of this application already being over the 10% threshold, we're just proposing slightly amended wording for the first reason of refusal. So rather than the wording that's in the agenda report, we would propose that wording change to say that due to the current proportion of HMOs within the immediate area, the proposed change of use to a 7-person sui generis HMO would further imbalance the mix of uses within the area, contrary to policy PCS 20 and the Council's Houses in Multiple Occupation SPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr Willoughby, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, again for the opportunity to speak on behalf of East St Thomas residents. I just wanted to make a couple of points. I mean, certainly after nearly 2 years of campaigning, we're very, very pleased now to see that we have a fully in force HMO policy SPD 20, approved last month, that has closed down loopholes in the original planning guidance, which allowed developers to, 1, circumvent the intent and spirit of the original the guidance, 2, create these so-called super HMOs in pursuit of increased profits in areas which are already unsustainable. This sounds a bit loud to me. You sure? Okay, fine. It frequently actually involves the reconfiguration of a property to provide a lower standard of accommodation for occupants by reduction of amenity space in order to cram in extra bedrooms. So I'd like to again acknowledge local councillor support for the revision and all the work done by council officials. And despite the fact, unfortunately we're still seeing some of these legacy issues come forward to committee, but obviously we are highly supportive of the officer's recommendation to reject, to refuse, and I just want to make a couple of extra points on the application. As we've just seen, in terms of the density in this area, 35% of the properties within a 50-metre radius are HMOs. Clearly it fails to meet that 10% requirement or maximum level. And as we heard from the Assistant Director at the PRED meeting, legally we've been told the planning decision must be made on the basis of the policy in force at the time of the determination. So residents are very much looking forward to this application being rejected in line with the councillors, in line with the officer's assessment and the council's advice. The other point I just wanted to make was, again, this is another application. It actually provided originally a good level of communal space. It had a study in addition to the kitchen dining area, and all this is doing is simply taking it and converting it into a bedroom. Unfortunately, if you look at the report, I seem to recall that the overall scheme then actually fails to meet the requirement for shared amenity space. And if I look at committee policy on these type of applications, the committee have been minded to reject exactly this type of application where amenity space has been, removed where it already existed, in the interest of getting more residents into the property. So on this basis, we also asked councillors to reject the application on the principle of that reduced space. Just a couple of general points. Certainly, as I say, we are very pleased to have that much awaited revision to SPD 20. We were working on this, certainly I think the first time this came up at committee and a request went in to actually make the revisions was in September 2016. So actually we originally suggested that would happen on a 6-month time frame. It's taken a lot longer than that. That's been unfortunate for residents. However, it has provided enough time for very healthy debate. Certainly councillors, developers, landlords, the Landlords Association, everyone has had a chance to thoroughly debate the proposed changes, so it's glad to see those come in. And just the final point, we look forward to the opportunity to start the consultation on sandwiching and 3 in a row, which was agreed at the last PRED meeting. I think it was mentioned that it would be a 6-week consultation, and from the records here, I've noted that this would start as soon as possible and anticipated to be at the start of 2018. So obviously we're very close to the end of 2017, so we're looking forward to that starting very, very soon. And I would ask the committee maybe they could provide an update on when that consultation is expected to start. So, in summary, yeah, we're very pleased to support the officer's recommendation, and we would like to see this application refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? Councillor.
And can I ask, is it possible to pick up Dr. Horderby's point about adding the additional reason for refusal? Not because I know item 2 has been redone in terms of talking about the kitchen dining space, but I think the point about the communal area is over and above that because it referred to the study as well. Is it possible to add that into another reason for refusal, or is it already covered? Oh, I'm sorry. It's covered already. My apology.
Councillor Lee.
Very, very briefly, Mr. Willoughby asked for an update on the start of the consultation over sandwiching and 3 in a row. Is there any update, please, Mrs. Upton-Brown?
Yeah, I think it was agreed would start in the early January, so we've drafted the proposed amendments that we're consulting on, and we're ready to go, but we will wait till after the Christmas break so that people can start the new year with a clear focus on the consultation rather than the Christmas period coming up.
Are there any more questions, members, about this one? Then we go back to comments, and it's Councillor Lee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So, I spent a lot of my life, you know, talking to people about this particular issue. I think we've got somewhere, well, we've got a long way forward, so I'm very pleased, like Mr. Willoughby, most grateful for his time too. And the rest of it, I'd like to say, is what he said.
You are proposing the officer's recommendation. Councillor Gerald Rana-Jackson.
Thanks. I'd like to second the proposal to refuse this application for all the reasons set down by the officers. A good report, and we should be doing more of these.
Members, you've heard that. There's one proposal proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt, seconded by Councillor Gerald Rana-Jackson, that we go with the officer's recommendation to refuse this application. All those in agreement, please raise. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. This is refused. We now go on to 137 Gladys Avenue. We need Mr. John House, if he's in the room, and Ms. Alison Hoosey, if she's in the room, Erica Stiles, and we need, if this one has throw me, that I can't pronounce that. I'm very sorry. Would the applicant like to come forward? And she can tell me her name.
My name is Tanya McDermott of Town Planning
Thank you very
Expert.
much. It's the writing.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, this is an application for the conversion of an existing dwelling house to a C4 HMO, so that would be for between 3 to 6 unrelated persons. It's, number 137 Gladys Avenue is a 2-storey mid-terrace property on the west side of the road towards its northern end. I've got some photographs here of the front elevation, and I took a couple of pictures of the front forecourt because there were some concerns raised in representations about it being big enough to accommodate refuse storage. You can see that bins are currently stored in there, and there is planting that could be removed if more space was required. In terms of the floor areas, you will note in the update list on the supplementary matters that there was an amendment sort of at the last minute done to these plans to clarify that the living area that was previously shown at ground floor level to cover this whole area is actually proposed to form 1 bedroom and a living area. In terms of the size standards, it's confirmed that along with the kitchen and diner and a separate living area would continue to meet the size standards set out in the new in the revised SPD for a 4-bedroomed HMO, which this would become. You'll see there's also a study at first floor level, but this wouldn't meet the minimum size standards for a bedroom and therefore couldn't be used as such. I've got some photographs internally. So this is the living room, the kitchen diner. That you can't see the dining area is kind of where I'm stood, so that's why you can't see that there. A relatively good garden, good sized garden. and the upper floor rooms, each of the bedrooms there. And then there's 2 bathrooms, there's a WC downstairs, and then there's a bathroom upstairs, which had a bath here, and then outside of the shot of the photo, there's also a shower, so it is a bath and shower room. In terms of the HMO count, we are only aware of 1 HMO property in this area. We note in the representations, the comments that there are more. We haven't been given any addresses at this stage to investigate any others. So on the basis of the data that we have available, the change of use of this property to a C4 HMO would not imbalance the community. It would result in a 3.1% HMOs, and therefore the recommendation is for permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members, officers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to speak in support of our client's proposal. Chair and members, you have a detailed report in front of yourselves outlining the considerations in this case. I will only refer to a small number of points in there. Members, this application complies with the revised HMO supplementary planning documents in all respects. The density of the HMOs within the area would be substantially less than the maximum 10% allowed by the SPD. The amenity standards proposed exceed that required also by the SPD. Further, our client is a respectable and responsible landlord who seeks to continue to provide the city with much needed high quality affordable housing. We do recognise that HMOs within the city are highly emotive, and we thank objectors for for their input to the planning applications of this type. That being said, the development before you complies fully with your new policies, and we ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, it's question time. Councillor Colin Galloway, please.
Thank you, Chair. Am I mistaken, or is there only 1 WC?
There's 2. There's one at ground floor, and then it's described as a shower room, but it actually has a bath and a shower and a WC. Yeah. 4.
A question?
Yes, of course.
Question.
So this is for up to 6 people, is it?
Well, the C4 use is for between 3 and 6 people. In terms of the room sizes, I believe bedroom 1 and bedroom 2 would be large enough as doubles. The others would be only large enough as single bedrooms.
So 6.
No more questions. We've got a comments. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
I don't really want it, but from a planning policy perspective, it clears all the hurdles. For that reason, I'm going to propose the recommendations.
Councillor Hugh.
Chairman, I would second that. What we wish to achieve, this is helping to achieve, which is a dispersal of houses in multiple occupation across the whole of the city, so that we can have a variety of types of residents in all parts of the city. So I think it is something which I do not support reluctantly. I support it enthusiastically.
Councillor Gerald.
I don't support it enthusiastically. I think it's a pity that people have to live in HMOs, but that's the reality of life. Yeah. So it's reluctance that I'd support, as with Luke. And just to recognise, as I understand it, that if this was a house in Fareham, Gosport or Havant, you wouldn't even have to ask for planning permission to do this. Here in Portsmouth you have to, and therefore it gets some note, but that there is no point in us giving local residents or objectors false hope with turning this down, knowing that it will be granted at appeal. That's not the right thing for the council to do, giving people false hope.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Hunt.
Yeah, I'm not looking for another SPD, don't worry. But I sincerely do question the need. Now, I understand, as Councillor Vernon Jackson puts it, I recognise the need with the cost of housing, which is so expensive, so enormously expensive, for young people, professionals, whoever, to get it. And I too lived in HMO when I was younger as well. I won't go on too long, Mr. Chairman, but has it cleared all the hurdles? I question, because you've got up to 6 unrelated people living in the property, and that could be up to 6 cars. There's no extra. So what gets me is when we see that paragraph that says this would be like any normal family dwelling. It actually isn't. It really isn't. It is a different way of living. It's not a family way of living. We heard yesterday evidence from Councillor Simon Boaster in the council chamber, where I think Councillor Galloway, he said that in your ward that there were only 5 houses with 3 permits, wanting 3 permits. So they do live differently, and they'll all be going to work, I'm sure, and they will all probably have cars. So I do question the need for any more HMOs. We've got ever so many now, but I won't win that argument, I know.
Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should at least acknowledge the fact that there have been 21 representations made by local residents on this particular application. That's not a small number, and there are obviously concerns, and since this has not been brought in by the ward councillors in any way, then obviously the local residents are talking to each other and identifying what they see as an issue. And one of the ones that definitely deserves drawing attention to is G, which is there are too many HMOs and flats already in the area, and yet, according to the statistics, there aren't. And the more I talk to people in the north of the city, which is becoming pretty much every week now, somebody's contacting me asking me to help them because they don't believe the count data. I have to say I don't believe the count data either. Been through the private sector housing register, looked at the planning register, and it's plain to see that there is an enormous piece of work that needs to be done here. It's been acknowledged by private sector housing. I've spoken to Claire about it on a couple of occasions. What we have to be very careful of here is that by tightening up the regulations where we have licensing in the south of the city, that we are driving all these applications immediately into the north of the city where we have very poor data to make these decisions correctly. And we have to try and plug that gap as fast as we possibly can. It is incredible to me that there would be 3 HMOs in the whole of Powers Court Road, for example, one thing that I looked at the other day. There are now actually 6 because we've granted 3 in the last couple of months. So it's not just doubled, that's not happened. Go up and down that road, there's loads of HMOs, it's pretty obvious. So I understand that there's no material reason why we can turn this down, absolutely not on this occasion, but I do think that that piece of work needs to be got on with as quickly as possible.
I'm sure your comments have been noted, but at the moment we have a proposal from, is it Councillor Galloway or Councillor Luke Stubbs? Seconded by, to accept the officer's recommendation that this application be granted. All those members in favour? And that is granted. Thank you. Well, I saw everyone's hand up. I didn't. Right, sorry, Councillor Hunt. All those against? We're moving on now to 20 Granada Road. Could we have the applicant, Mr. Justin Bateman, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This item was deferred from October's Planning Committee as a result of inaccuracies on the submitted plans. The applicant has since submitted a new set of plans for consideration. The application site relates to number 20 Granada Road, located close to its junction with Clarendon Road in the Eastney and Craneswater ward. The proposal is for a change of use from a Class C4 HMO to an 8-person sui generis HMO. The property already benefits from a lawful use as a Class C4 HMO, which allows the occupation of 6 unrelated individuals. The red circle indicates the properties evaluated in the HMO count. Based on the information detailed in the committee report, of the 106 properties within a 50-metre radius of the application site, 3 are considered to be in use as HMOs, inclusive of number 20 Granada Road. Therefore, the percentage of the HMOs in the area would remain unchanged at 2.83%. The above images show the front and rear elevations of the application site. Existing rubbish and recycling bins would be retained in the rear courtyard alongside secure bicycle storage. This slide shows how the property would be laid out over 3 floors. All of the proposed bedrooms exceed the minimum standard of 7.5 metres squared. All of the bathrooms exceed the minimum standard of 3.74 metres squared. And it should be noted that the first floor WC and kitchen are slightly undersized, but these are considered to be additional facilities and therefore acceptable in respect of planning and licensing requirements. This slide shows the communal facilities for potential future occupiers. These include a full suite of cooking facilities, seating areas and outdoor amenity space. And the private sector housing department have indicated that the shared amenity space is of an appropriate standard for the intended occupation. Adequate sanitary facilities have been provided, including 2 bathrooms, 2 WCs and an ensuite. And further to this, all bedrooms are of an appropriate size and contain adequate storage as well as reasonable light, ventilation and outlook. On the basis of the proposal's policy compliance in respect of the HMO count and adequate size standards to accommodate 8 persons sharing, the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Bateman, you have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone here. I'm actually an art lecturer, and this is not my natural habitat, so forgive me. So the plans, as Niall has pointed out, the plans that I originally submitted weren't accurate. There were some scale problems, but now they've been redone by the architects. The room sizes, as he's also said, exceed all new requirements. It exceeds the provision of kitchen and bathroom numbers. There is an additional kitchen and bathroom on the first floor. And it would actually, whilst I was making my decisions, it would very happily make 3 flats, the entire property. This is not a normal terraced house. It is a very large property. Private sector housing have agreed that the property meets all requirements. The refuse services, who I've been in touch with, have agreed that the property meets all requirements and bike storage is beyond the requirement. Building regulations are being sought on all works. That everything that I'll do will be done through the architects and building regs. It's a previously licensed property, and I'm an active member of Portsmouth Landlord Association. The Highways report has agreed that there's no additional impact. There's a very high frequency bus service and cycle lanes. My current tenants are professionals, they work in the city, and it is a very good location for them. Also, I did note that there was some sort of despondency about the well-being of people who live in HMOs, and whilst I definitely agree that some HMOs people might be fairly unhappy or not living as they wish to live, my tenants are very, very happy to be where they are as single people who are paying the right amount of money for their accommodation. Because they're quite artistic, and having a degree in sculpture doesn't mean that you can necessarily walk straight into a career. All fire safety requirements will be met, and I'll be updating the current hardwired alarms to the new provision, and it's within all thresholds for density, and the amenity is not reduced but increased in the property with the addition of an extra room on the new third floor in the loft conversion. I'll leave it there, I think.
Thank you. Members, we're now open for questions. Councillor Stubbs.
Just to understand the situation, so this application has been deferred, and it's been deferred on the grounds of inaccuracy in some of the drawings. Does that mean the only issues on the table before us today are the drawings, basically, any changes between the drawings and the new SPD policies which would have come in since this application was last? Or is it the case that those are the only issues that are still open?
All issues are technically open to you because it was deferred. The committee on the 18th of October deferred making any sort of decision because they didn't feel able to because of the issue around the accuracy of the drawings. So it's for you as a committee this afternoon to consider it afresh.
In that case, I'll ask the second question. So this is a building I know quite well because years ago, and I'm talking 2008, this was the Portsmouth South Conservative constituency office. And back at that time, there were a few conversations with planning about, what we could do with the building. And at the time, the message was very clear. You can't allow any new residential use on the ground floor because of flood risk. And we were told it was absolutely out of the question. Now, I know that PPS 25, PPG 25, whatever it was, has gone in large part, but we did have this local protocol which I think still encompasses that area. So I don't know if it actually affects this application that we got in front of us or not because of the ground floor use is already there, but I would like to ask about the history of that policy and how did that change?
Okay, if I can give you, I don't know the advice that was given and what period of time, but we adopted the protocol, as you rightfully say, on the revision to PPS 25 in 2007. The protocol, we then took the strategic flood risk assessment, the push and worked with the Environment Agency through the last local plan, and then in our policy position in the local plan, it almost superseded that memorandum of understanding as we then moved it through to policy. But as you rightfully say, it meant that we accepted in principle residential development within this South Sea area. I don't know when this changed to an HMO, but it may be that it changed to an HMO. I don't know when it changed to an HMO. But in terms of your consideration this afternoon, it is an HMO already. So the use of the ground floor isn't something that's for you to consider this afternoon because it's a lawful use.
Well, I understand that, but I just want to understand what the policy changed when that happened. I mean, I think this has been an HMO for 4 years, something like that. So, that sort of length of time ago.
Well, then it would have been considered in light of the current local plan, which would have allowed this to happen.
Okay, so the rules that we had at one time, basically the area around the Strand, where the policy was no additional living space on the ground floor, which is what was there, that no longer applies.
The issue around flood risk has been moved forward, yes. So the current local plan allows.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
On the second floor, between bed 7 and bed 8, there appears to be a discrete room, a separate room. What is the use of that room to be?
I'm a live-in landlord, so that will be my room for studio, office space.
Okay. Right.
Councillor Sleaford.
Could the officers confirm that private sector housing standards, which are now incorporated into the new SPD, with this level of amenity, would mean that a sui generis use could extend to as many as 14 people.
Private sector housing have indicated that the property is fit for the occupation of 8 people. There's no other confirmation that it could accommodate any more. The use for 8 people is based on the size standards of the bedrooms and also the amenity space.
Just to follow up for confirmation though, Niall, were they being asked if it was suitable for 8 people, or were they asked how many people it was suitable for? Because there is a difference.
Based on the submitted plans for the proposal for an 8-person sui generis HMO, they've raised no adverse comments. Additional occupants hasn't been considered.
Okay.
Question.
Well, it's a question about the HMO count. It's not going to make any difference to this planning application at all because it's already an HMO. But it strikes me that that level of number of HMOs in that patch sounds really unrealistic. Yes. And it seems to back up what Councillor Pitt has been saying, to say that the documentation we have at the council for the number of HMOs is woefully inadequate. I just wonder if this is actually it'd be worth going and doing some knocking just on this area to test, to say, because it's going to make no difference to this application one way or the other, but as a test case to actually go out and see if we could take a bit and really see if the figures that we're working from are real, or whether when we go and knock doors and talk to people we find that a very, very different number emerges. It'd be quite an interesting test case for somebody to go and do, because it doesn't fit with my sense of reality at that end of that road.
Comments, members? Lee.
Well, I don't know if it's a welcome comment, but you might like to inform your tenant in number 3 that I sat there one day and had a lovely conversation with Theresa May. I don't know whether I want to exercise the room or put a plaque up. I have no idea.
Did you hear the mice?
Yeah. No, I didn't. Anyway, of course, I, like Luke, know the building well. And actually was the one that sacked all the staff and put it on the market in the first place, so it's all my fault. No, I mean, sometimes you hear representations from an applicant and you feel really confident about what you're about to do. So I propose the recommendation.
Thank you.
Happy to second it.
Thank you. Well, members, we've had a proposal from Councillor Lee Hunt, seconded by Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, that the officer's recommendations be accepted on this planning application. All those in favour, please. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. That application is granted. Members, we're going to move on now to 56 Britannia Road, North. Could we have Mr. Chris Boyd, and I believe we're going to have a deputation from Councillor Steve Pitt. If they'd like to approach the desk, please. Thank you very much. Members, there's been a development, you'll be pleased to hear, under instructions from the agent. This will be deferred. They're withdrawing it from today's applications. And if you'd like to be clear on this point by the...
Yeah. sorry, I was going to...
Yeah, I agreed with the planning officer earlier on at the start of the planning meeting today to defer that one to clarify some further information in relation to the development of the property.
Can I ask a question? It's on the agenda with a recommendation of refusal. Even though the applicant has asked for it to be deferred, it's not been, the planning application has not been taken away, has it?
No, I took the decision that given a number of queries that were raised this morning on this, that we were not in a position to report this to you this afternoon because we didn't know the answers to those queries, and therefore, as soon as you asked us those questions, we'd say we don't know the answers, and you'd say, well, we can't make a decision. So I took the decision that we weren't in a position to report it to you this afternoon in light of the queries raised this morning and our inability to answer those for you this afternoon. The agent was spoken to on arrival, so I am asking the committee that the application is deferred to the next meeting when we'll be in a position to properly advise you on those points.
And can I ask a question though, please? What happens in terms of, because of the clock is ticking, does that open the door for the applicant to appeal for non-determination?
The applicant could, but as I advised the committee at the beginning of the meeting, the inspectorate are taking almost 3 months to even give a start date on appeal. So it is open to any applicant at the end of that 8 weeks to appeal against non-determination. But I would suggest they're likely to get a quicker decision from the council than the planning inspectorate.
So, I'm happy to sign an agreement and approval for the extension. I've got no problem with that.
Councillor Lee Hunt.
No, I think that we have built up some trust here with Mr Boyd, and we take it at face value, and we look forward to the application coming back in due course. I feel very let down if that didn't happen.
Well, members, that's it then. It's deferred on the... sorry, Councillor Pitt, you can resume your place. Mr Boyd, you needn't go very far because the next one is 186 St Augustine Road, and I believe we require your presence. So, if the officer can present the for 186 St Augustine Road, please.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. Again, this application is for a change of use from an HMO, which is in class C4 use, to a 6-bed, 7-person sui generis HMO. The application site is 186 St Augustine Road, which is outlined here in red on the site plan and here on the aerial view. So it's a terraced property. In terms of the floor plans, which are just going round to you, as I've mentioned, it's proposed to be a 6-bed, 7-person HMO. So at ground floor level, bedroom 6 at the front, dining room area here, and combined living and kitchen space at the rear at ground floor level. 3 bedrooms and a communal shower room and toilet at first floor level, and 2 bedrooms and communal bathroom at second floor level. So this is the property from the outside. Again, there's no alterations proposed to the exterior of the property as part of this application. Sorry, that's quite dark. This is photographs of the combined living and kitchen space at ground floor, communal bathroom and bedroom 6, toilets, communal shower room, and photos of bedroom 3 and bedroom 2. And the communal bathroom, and again another image of bedroom 2. In terms of the count, the 10% figure is currently exceeded, so it stands at 10.91%. Again, please ignore the bottom figure; it's not double counted, so it would remain at 10.91%. So it's just over the 10% threshold. You'll see in the agenda that there are concerns regarding the standard of the living space provided, so it's underprovided in terms of communal living space. And as with the earlier application on the agenda, just to update the wording of reason of refusal number 1, just to clarify the concern. So rather than the wording that is set out on page 116, we would propose just amending that wording slightly to read, due to the current proportion of HMOs within the immediate area, the proposed change of use to a 7-person sui generis HMO would further imbalance the mix of uses within the area, contrary to policy PCS 20 of the Portsmouth Plan and the Council's Houses and Multiple Occupation SPD. Thank you.
Mr Boyd.
Okay, Chair, members. For once, I find myself in a position which I did some years ago. This is probably going to be an amazingly uncomfortable ride, but it's paving the path, and I welcome the camera over my left-hand shoulder. During my deputation, I shall be referring to the NDSS Technical Housing Standards, Nationally Described Space Standard. This is the data which has been used and added to the PCS 20 of the Portsmouth Plan. I draw your attention to the introduction of the introduction section of this government-released document, which states the standard deals with internal space within new dwellings and is suitable for applications across all tenures. Now, one would assume that also means student large accommodations, purpose-built. Also in the introduction, the closing statement states the requirements of this standard for bedrooms, storage, internal areas are relevant only in determining compliance with this standard in new dwellings. Okay, we have no other statutory meaning or use. That's how that concludes. Moving on, I would encourage the application of PCS 19 in your methodology, where it states that the section conversions, subsection 2.4, all new development and housing conversions should be able of a reasonable size appropriate to the number of people the dwelling is designed to accommodate. As it stands at the moment, if you look at the minimum sizes on Portsmouth City Council's HMO housing standards, that is the people that licence the proper to be fit and proper to the purpose to which it is in use, it still shows measurements being 6.5. Now, it's interesting that they haven't adopted the NDSS, because clearly this is not a new dwelling. We haven't subdivided it. It is as it was when built in 1908. Please note in the application, we're not, as I said, not subdividing anything, just asking for an extra occupant within the Housing Act 2004, which is already licensed for, but not in use as. It's not much different, just that one extra person, I would imagine, in a C3 property where a person was to ask under the rent-a-room scheme for one extra person to accommodate within a house. It's one extra person. Continuing with PCS 19, section 2.5, proposals of the subdivision of existing single dwelling houses will be permitted by provided that the property has or had a minimum gross floor space of 140 metres squared as originally constructed or as existed in the 1st of July 1948, whichever is the earlier. Clearly this property is in excess of. As you can see in this case, with this application, it does. May I draw your attention again to PCS 19 housing, the mixed excerpt. It says, where appropriate size to occupants. It states, therefore, apart from exceptional circumstances where it can be shown that the standards are not practicable, meaning able to be done or put into practice successfully, or viable, all new dwellings and conversions should meet the Portsmouth Council's minimum standards for internal floor space. Again, I draw your attention to the housing standards. I know the Housing Act 2004 isn't relevant to the Town and Country Planning Act, but the housing standards, private sector housing, feel that 6.5 is applicable. All these rooms are way over 6.5. Now, this dwelling has been in use in existence prior to 1948. Land Registry shows the dwelling was constructed in 1908. In this case, the bedroom has always been a usable room and has and will not be altered in any way, and then the existing room with its existing dwelling will remain the same and would be able to be used as a bedroom whether it was a family or a member of a general public as an unrelated person. Again, I refer to the rent room scheme. The sizes in relation to the bedroom is 0.27 of a metre. That's approximately 2 A4 bits of paper put together. Very, very small amounts. In previous applications, housing standards have given advice to the planning officers that they will apply common sense to minimum room sizes, where other bedrooms far exceed that is of a minimum size. The SPD using the NDSS system is an absolute in this case. If it is an absolute, then I would refer to other applications by way of student blocks where pod rooms, when you take away the room that is designed for an ensuite and the area designated for kitchen, you're left with 6.7 something. Okay, it's not 7.5. So I am aware that housing standards exercise 6.5 metres rule, but then again I note in PCS 19 the council have a purpose-built blocks that are exempt from this particular standard rule. So I fall short of making a comment of convenience, but how about other applications of newly constructed dwellings, some of which have been here today, where some rooms are less than 7.5? If it is an application for all new dwellings, why are we applying this to existing dwellings? Now, I understand that jamming as many people in a house as you can is unacceptable, and in most cases, they raise the roof, stick further 3, 4, 5 in there, tiny rooms. This house is of a sizable nature. We're only seeking for one more person in this particular property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's questions. Members, questions, please.
I think the obvious question is there a response to what Mr. Broyd has said? Is Mr. Broyd's interpretation of this correct, or this is recommended for refusal? Is the recommendation and the work behind it the correct interpretation?
Well, the deputation that's been made really is on the basis of the matters that underlie the changes to the SPD. And we've rehearsed, consulted on those and given people opportunity to make representation to PRED in changing that policy. That policy's now been changed. I think the deputation really is then challenging the underlying point of the policy.
Councillor Lee Hunt. Well, are there any more questions, members, or are we going to go straight to comments? Comment then, Councillor Hunt.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Boyd. I understand his role in this matter, but he's asking us to put aside policy PCS 20 on the first day we're operating it. That isn't going to happen, I'm afraid. Well, I'm glad to say. The PCS 20 policy is very clear that the local planning authority will not allow sui generis applications like this where the local community is already imbalanced. And that's very clear. It takes it from 10.91% to 12.73%, and the policy is very clear. Therefore, I move the officer's recommendation to refuse.
Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the other point which needs to be sort of made is that setting aside the recent change to HMO policy that we've had for some time, a 10% rule. 10.9% isn't much over 10%, but it's still over 10%. I mean, we have gone for a formula-based policy. I think that's the right way of going. It's the only thing which is really going to stand up on appeal, and you have to, if something's just under the formula, you have to allow it. If it's just over the formula, then you don't. And a room in, a room in a house with a family in it is the size of a bedroom in a family house versus the size of a bedroom in an HMO. They're very different things. In a family house, you might only use the bedroom for sleeping. In an HMO, realistically, you're going to spend a lot more time in there, and therefore the space standards are far more relevant. So I'm certainly content with the policy that this council has introduced, and we need to enforce it.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Yes, I think that it was a very interesting deputation. I listened carefully. The size of 2 sheets of paper. Yes, but if it was even the size of 1 sheet of paper, if we define a limit, you should not go beyond that, because that could be used as a precedent. And so the limit, I think, must be rigidly enforced. And so I would go along with the recommendation to refuse.
Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Chair. I disagree with Councillor Mason slightly because, and I need to, because I've said in at the PRED meetings when the SPD was coming in and the Landlords Association raised concerns, and we have historically over the last 18 months shown discretion, and I think we are still able to do so. However, the discretion here is not about whether or not the additional bedroom is 7.5 square metres. The whole point of the policy was to stop adding extra human beings into already crowded areas, and it's the addition of the extra person, not which room they'd be in this particular instance, which is relevant. So if it was just 7.23, and that's what we were arguing about, given the amount of communal space in here, I don't think we could enforce this policy and get that to stand up on appeal. But our policy is about limiting, adding more and more people to existing buildings. It is quite a large house. Presumably it's already got 6 people living in it. 6 people living in a house is quite a lot of people. It's got plenty of facilities. It's a good HMO. Most of the ones Mr. Broyd brings in, we usually compliment him on the standard of the accommodation. There's no reason to deviate from that here. But we've said that we're not adding extra bodies, and we're not adding extra bodies.
I completely agree with all of that. I just for clarity's sake, when if people listen to the recording or whatever, we are operating on the 10.91%, and being that's the figure we're using when the 12.73 we're not using at all, and takes no part in this decision. And just to make sure that anybody's trying to quote it afterwards, that it wasn't. So I hope that's okay.
Right, members, if you can remind me, who put the first proposal to accept the. Was it Lee? Proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt that we accept the officer's recommendation, and I think it was seconded by Councillor Stubbs. All those in favour of the Councillor's recommendation, that is unanimous, and that is refused. Members, we're now moving on to 11 Playfair Road. And I'd like to call Hazel Taylor, Dr. Martin Willoughby, Catherine Webber, and the applicant, who will have to excuse me because I haven't understood. There's another handwriting thing here. I've got Abahi Danya. That could well be wrong. Is that close?
No.
Right.
That wasn't.
Chair, can I just make the point it's just me today? Yeah.
If the officer can present for Playfair Road, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This item was deferred from October's Planning Committee as a result of inaccuracies on the submitted plans. The applicant has since submitted a new set of plans for consideration. The application site relates to number 11 Playfair Road, located to the west of St Andrews Road in the St Thomas ward. The proposal is for a change of use from a Class C4 HMO to a 7-person sui generis HMO. The red circle indicates the properties evaluated in the HMO count. Based on the information detailed in the committee report, of the 60 properties within a 50-metre radius of the application site, 14 are considered to be in use as a lawful HMO, with an existing density of 23.3%. We'd just like to make reference to page 119 of the committee report that states the percentage would rise to 25%. This again has been subject to the double count, and I just wanted to make that clear. The intensification of HMO uses in this area would be in excess of 10%, and therefore is not acceptable in respect of the principles outlined in the newly adopted HMO SPD. The above images show the front and rear elevations of the application site. Existing rubbish and recycling bins would be retained in the front courtyard. This slide shows how the property would be laid out over 3 floors. In light of the newly adopted HMO SPD, it is considered that all of the bedrooms and bathrooms are compliant with minimum standards. However, the living kitchen space is below the identified standard of 27 metres squared. It is therefore considered that the shared amenity space is not of an appropriate standard for 7 people sharing. This slide shows the sanitary facilities provided at the site. Further to this, the above images show the bedrooms which have adequate storage, light, ventilation and outlook. And this slide highlights the shared amenity space as discussed. On the basis that the proposal fails to meet the requirements of the HMO SPD in light of the HMO count and the minimum size standards, the recommendation is for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the applicant if he'd like to speak, and you've got up to 6 minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Chair Committee, thank you for your time. It's been a long day, I bet. So, planning permission for 11 Playfair Road was first logged on the 17th of July 2017. That's 125 days before the implementation of the new SPD amendments. 125 days. The SPD Plus amendments were sent out for public consultation, as agreed by the Parade Group, on the 6th of September. It was only sent out to public consultation 51 days after this application. 51 days again. So when the results came back and the data was reviewed, that period then extended to 115 days after my application was in. So I could follow this script, otherwise I'll just go completely off piece and it will just all go potty. Right, okay, right. So, okay. Yeah. So what I'm going to try to show is that I've not rushed this project in. I don't have any intention to circumvent the SPD that existed in any way at all. And I've applied that existing document in its full and honest form. Okay, it's not my intention at all to overdevelop this house. I'll show that I could have developed the house much more readily and cost effectively to an 8-person property in a much earlier period. But I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to squash people into a house. I wanted to create the space that you see, in those photographs. And it just goes along with, wanting to live in a place which has got room, which is comfortable for everyone to live in. And I've got happy students. I've gone off piste again. So I'm just going to say this, that most of the students that have taken that house this year want to live in it and have asked to live in it again last year, have asked to live in it again the coming year. Sorry, you know what I mean. I'll straighten that out if you need clarification. Okay, so I'm also going to draw a point, which is I finally draw attention to the planning meetings where committees have been asked to review applications under the auspice of the planning regulations valid at the time of application. I'm going to go back to that comment where it says it's 125 days before your new SPD was implemented. That's according to your website and the council pages. So, there was a comment made. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here for the last meeting, but I did have representation. The data was here, but she unfortunately couldn't answer it. So I'm just going to go through some quick comments here. Right, okay. Plan drawing needed to be amended. I felt that could have easily been done away from the committee, and it was only a matter of a door and a window being adjusted. And the second thing was the Housing Standards group stated they have no adverse comments to make regarding this application. In other words, they've measured the rooms, they were there, the planning people have been there, the building inspectors have been there. They went through the house with a fine-tooth comb and they had no negative comments to make about space, about amenities, about rubbish, about bike storage, about anything. I've got 4 pages of precise measurements here, but I'm going to go through just a few of them, which include like the kitchen cabinets. I'm expected to provide 2,000 millimetres of wall storage and 2,000 millimetres of base storage. We provide in that model 4,800 millimetres of floor storage and 6,300 metres of worktop and over 4,000 millimetres of wall units as well. And I will acknowledge that 3 of those wall units are half size, but it still far exceeds any expectation of the SPDs that existed at that time. And finally, I want to say, I was going back to say, so I've got 1 room at 11 cubic metres, 1 at 8.7, another 1 at 8.7, 1 at 13, 1 at 15, and 1 at 13. The proposed room is, for the sui generis planning, is 12.7. Had I not extended, I could have readily gone for twin rooms in 4 of the bedrooms. I could have put 8 people in here easily, which maybe some landlords have done, but it's not the model I'm creating. I'm creating a space where people can enjoy existing. It's got lots of showers, it's got a huge... the public space that we talk about here is 23 square metres, and that was more than adequate for the previous SPD. Again, I know it's up to you guys, and I leave it to your discretion, but it's been nearly 100, as I say, it's been nearly 127 days. It's 126 days it's been since it was put in, since your report was produced and activated. I really don't believe that we can be talking this retrospectively about a planning. And the only reason I said it was delayed before was to an amendment to a drawing, which clearly shows in the photograph there that you can see where the... Well, I know you can't see where the door is, but you can tell the door and the window wasn't as per the sketch. And that was the main reason it was delayed. I've forgotten what period in, but it was delayed maybe 60 days ago. And this is our next hearing then. Sorry about the disjointed sort of presentation, but that's where I am.
Thank you. I'll now ask Dr. Willoughby, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. I mean, I won't go over again the comments I made earlier regarding, our pleasure that we do now have a robust in-force SPD to look at these sui generis applications against sui generis applications. As you'll have known from my presence here at almost every meeting for the last year, is a major concern in the East St Thomas area. I wanted to make a few specific points. I mean, HMO density being one of them, and it follows on from some of the comments made on earlier applications. I mean, certainly if you look at the HMO database, the Portsmouth HMO database, there are 23 HMO properties and in Playfair Road and 35 postal addresses. So by that measure, there's 65% density of HMOs in that street. If you look at the HMO database and the count that was done of the properties within 50 metres of the application site, that puts the application density at around 50%. If you look in the report, it said on the basis of a fresh analysis, I'm not quite sure what a fresh analysis is, but that gives us 14 being HMOs with a density of 25. And if you talk to residents, they will tell you, virtually all of the properties in that road are HMOs. So we've got numbers from 25, 50, 65. The inaccuracy of the data here, which we've discussed earlier, is a major problem. And actually, in terms of residents getting some visibility, we don't have an updated HMO database. We don't have visibility to the HMO licensing database, and that's a major problem for residents and sort of providing input to these kind of discussions. So I think my point is that clearly there's some work to be done there. Nevertheless, on whichever measure you use there, this application site is well above the 10% threshold and does not meet the requirement in the SPD. So again, I come back to the Assistant Director's comments, which was legally planning decisions must be made on the basis of policy in force on the date of the determination. So again, we would move and ask councillors to support the officer's recommendation and refuse the application. Just a few comments about amenity space. Again, this is pretty much a rerun of the application I deputised on earlier. We're seeing a property which, and it's difficult to tell from these are only showing the proposed plans. If you look at the applicant's submitted plans for the apparent current state of the property, again, we're seeing removal of some communal space and actually converting that into a bedroom, and then the property failing to meet the space standard. So again, it's exactly the same as the previous application I deputised on. And again, I make the point, the committee has historically been minded to reject these applications where we had a perfectly good property with adequate amenity space, and actually that's been reduced in order to cram more people into the house. So again, on this basis as well, it does not meet the space standard. I would ask councillors to reject the application. One final point, was just on the extended timeline. I mean, I've heard some comments about, sort of the time it's taken, sort of time for East St Thomas residents has always also been an issue. If we were in days, we've been working on this for 600 days. And indeed, discussions around these changes have been out in the public domain for certainly since September of 2016, so a very long time. And just coming back to this point about the count data, I think it's highlighted that we could do with better information in terms of HMOs, where they're located, where they're licensed. And certainly the leader of the council made the point that, and this is from the recent PRED meeting, a register of HMO licences should be publicly available online, published through the council website. I'd like to maybe see if we can get an update on how that's progressing. But essentially, on behalf of East St Thomas residents, once again, we'd like to recommend, or certainly we're very supportive of the recommendation to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to the members for questions, and I've got Gerald Brown-Jackson first.
Two questions. The first is to ask, is that data available? Luke, I think, says it is available online in terms of the data. Both the numbers of both the licensing and the numbers in terms of planning, where's registered. It's so that'd be very helpful, I think, for colleagues to be able to see. If not, it'd be useful to know when that data will be up. And my second question is, again from Dr. Willoughby, is his interpretation correct that it's the policy that is in existence at the date of determination that's the important thing, not the date, not the policy that's there when the plan is submitted?
On the first point, private sector housing and planning are working on joining our two registers together so that we'll have, under a single address, comprehensive information about the status of the property in terms of HMO and licensing. At the moment, we have online the planning register of HMOs across the city. In terms of the question, we are trying to pull it together in the next month or so, but it is quite a big piece of work. But we are working on it. It is work in progress. On the point around how you make your decisions as the planning committee, you make a decision today based on the policy that's adopted today, not make a decision on what was a policy on the day the application was registered.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
I would like confirmation on the last point which you have made from Robert Parkin, because at the last meeting we deferred. Does this meeting here count as a separate meeting legally? And if not, what is our position then? Because this will only occur once or twice. I mean, it's a very peculiar situation we find ourselves in.
Yes, this is an entirely separate meeting, and we're not transferring over whatever was unresolved in the last one. You decided to defer. You didn't hold back take any strands of the decision away from the last meeting. This is being considered afresh today, as it were. Maybe that there's more information that was able to be gathered in the interim. It's brought back to be considered today. The determination is today, and the considerations are as they are today. So it's your policy that it stands today.
Councillor Colin Galloway.
Thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to agree and support our officer's recommendation. However, I just need some confirmation from Claire, perhaps, to appease me. Once someone has tried to get too generous, 8 people and he's gone to a lot of expense and built an extra bedroom, what's stopping him getting that extra bedroom occupied? Whether he gets permission from us or not.
He can choose to occupy that, but then he would be in breach of the planning permission for the property. So then we would then be in a situation where we were looking to establish that there was an unlawful use of the property, and then seeking to resolve with the landlord how that breach of planning control would be dealt with. So the landlord would then, and it might be that he says, you know, if he's got students in that within X period of time, it would go back to 6 people. Or he might choose to do nothing, in which case the council would then have to serve an enforcement notice to say that the additional person could no longer occupy the accommodation.
I still won't be able to sleep tonight.
Councillor Pitt.
Following on from what Councillor Galloway is saying, really, in terms of how that's actually proven, is it the case that private sector housing, when they do their licensing, report back to you about which rooms are occupied or not? Or if not, is there any situation where you would actually be able to enforce it?
Yes, and we have taken enforcement action on an HMO in the past, Stanley Street. I think some of the members here will still remember it.
Yes, I remember it well.
No. 7 male students living together.
Well, so we finished comments then? All comments finished? So the proposal from Councillor Lee Hunt is to accept the officer's recommendations.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Councillor Gerald Verner Jackson. All those members in favour of that, please raise their hands. Thank you. That is unanimous. Members, we're going to move on now to 11A Portsmouth Road. There are no objectors, there are no supporters, there are no agents, there are no councillors. I will ask the officer to present the case.
I'm conscious that we're very low on numbers of people, of members of the committee today. We're 2 people down. I wonder if we need to be contacting or asking the council to look at the number of subs who are allowed, to increase the number of subs to make sure that we've got the ability to have a full committee in future. Because I know Luke was added in yesterday.
It's quorum 4, isn't it?
Yes, but okay, quorum is full, but actually, if we've not got a full committee, we've got absences, that looks as if that's a lack of flexibility within the procedures we got for the council. And we've got people who are good at planning who are not either on the main committee or subs.
Well, I can obviously speak for our side in respect that I can approach the leader of the group to ask if we could add more onto our side. I don't know if that's what you're planning to do. I think today is probably just a bit exceptional, Gerald, that and the fact that you've managed to come back from where you've been is amazing. But we've had 1 or 2 sort of really, you know. Hugh.
Chairman, I regret that if this proceeds beyond 5:20, I will have to leave. My apologies for that, but I have another meeting which I am speaking at, so I have to be there.
Thank you for that, Hugh. I've been informed we can go down to 4 members before we have to call it a day. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for the delay. Just as an update, you have a committee report in front of you recommending conditional permission. Since I've been at the meeting and popped back to the office, I have actually received an email from the Environment Agency maintaining an objection to the application. I have subsequently had a conversation with the Environment Agency, and their objection is based purely on the inadequacies of the submitted FRA, flood risk assessment, with the application, although they do not have any evidence to suggest that this could not be overcome and that the proposal would result in an unacceptable risk to life or property. Therefore, there will be an amended recommendation, which I'll come to in a moment. So the proposal relates to a 2-storey property located to the corner of Portsmouth Road and Windsor Road, just in here. Portsmouth Road running north-south, you have the Cosham District Centre, Windsor Road and Cosham Railway Station just in here. Planning permission is sought for the change of use of the property to an 8-bedroom, 9-person house in multiple occupation, with the retention of a smaller shop at the front of the building and alterations and additions to the side elevation and the rear. The photographs just showing the existing building, which comprises a shop across the ground floor with a small rear projection and yard and a flat upper floor level. To the rear there is an area of hard standing which is used for parking with a dropped curb along its full length. An access just in here which goes to a service yard which serves a number of the commercial units that front onto Portsmouth Road. Just as a bit of planning history, planning permission has already been granted for the very similar proposal to this for the use of the property as a Class C4 house in multiple occupation with the retention of a smaller shop and the construction of a smaller rear extension. So this slide just shows the existing properties within the 50-metre radius you'll be familiar with, and out of the 123 properties within the surrounding area, none of the properties are known to be in use as house in multiple occupations. Therefore, based on the requirements of Policy PCS 20 and the 2017 updated SPD, it's considered that the area is not currently imbalanced by the amount of HMO uses, and the proposal would not result in an imbalance. Having regard to the location of the site on a busy main road, railway line and the degree of separation to the more typical family dwellings to the east, it's considered that the proposal would not have a significant adverse impact on the amenity of nearby residents. Now, internally, the proposed HMO would comprise 8 bedrooms, all of which would be en suite, with a communal area at ground floor level. So just showing 4 bedrooms at upper floor, 4 bedrooms at ground floor with a communal living area. Previously, permission was granted for the 6 bedrooms, so effectively we're looking at 2 additional bedrooms within a rear extension. All of the rooms would exceed the minimum size standards set out within the 2017 SPD, and the proposal would provide an acceptable standard of living condition for future occupiers. In terms of the external alterations, in order to facilitate the change of use, a large rear extension which takes in the area of hard standing currently at the site. The alterations to the main building that you see on here have already been approved as part of the previous application for the use of the property as a Class C4 house in multiple occupation. So effectively you're looking at this additional piece on the rear extension. Whilst larger than what we would normally expect to see on the back of a property and on a prominent corner position, having regard to the presence of an existing similar rear extension at the adjoining property and the existing appearance of the site, it's considered that the proposal is acceptable in design grounds. Just showing the rear elevation. Now, whilst the proposal would result in the loss of the off-road parking spaces, 2 on-road spaces would be retained following the removal of the redundant drop curb, and the parking demand associated with this development is the same as the one that has previously been approved at the site. This just shows the previous scheme, so please note the changes do not affect this part of the building that's already been approved, with a smaller rear extension. So effectively it's the 2 additional bedrooms in here. Members, you have a detailed report in front of you which addresses the main issues with the exception of flooding, which I've just come to. And for the reasons explained, we now seek delegated authority to grant conditional permission subject to the submission of an updated flood risk assessment, and which would be approved by the Environment Agency before we grant planning permission, and also in consultation with the local lead flood authority, which is Portsmouth City Council, and subject to adequate SPA mitigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions? And Gerald.
2 questions. Gary, in terms of the count data, it won't make any difference to this one, but my understanding was that if the count data hit the edge of a block of flats, that we only counted the numbers of flats within the circle, not the whole thing. Have you counted all 84 within your 123 total?
In this particular instance, yes, but if you refer to page 122 of the report, it does identify the change in the supplementary planning document, which does refer to the local planning authority trying to identify which flats are clipped. Even if you excluded every single flat in that building, it would still be below 10%. But otherwise, yes, we would.
Fine, and that makes no difference. But the other thing I am bemused with the issue of parking, that the application is for 8 bedrooms sui generis. There's a removal of off-street car parking, and yet the recommendation, so that it falls below what is recommended within the SPD, but you're still approving, you're still recommending approval. How does that sit with our parking SPD?
Right, okay. There's a couple of issues to this. There's the 5 off-road spaces at the moment which are not available for the general public. As part of the proposal,
So if they're not people who are parking their cars in there, who are they who are parking their cars?
It will be associated with the existing development at the site, so the flat and the shop that's already present. So yes, there would be a reduction on the site. What we need to have regard to is the fact that we have previously granted planning permission for a Class C4 house in multiple occupation on this site, which has the same demand for 6 bedrooms as it would for 8 bedrooms, which we've also factored in the fact that it's located within spitting distance of the railway station and within the bus terminal. So it's a highly sustainable location, and our Highways Authority believe that this is an appropriate location for the level of parking
to ignore our policy.
No, it's not ignoring the policy. The policy is a suggestion, and in certain areas of the city where there is reasonable grounds to expect a lower parking provision, this is considered to be one of those locations.
Councillor Pitt.
A couple of things. We've got a set of drawings, and none of the room sizes are the same as the ones in the report.
No, the set of drawings that you have in front of you, that includes the ensuite bathrooms. So what I have done in the committee report is I've subtracted the area of the ensuite bathrooms, which should not be included within the total space of someone's private bedroom area.
Brilliant. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, that'll do.
Yes, about the flooding, Mr. Christie, if my memory serves me right, it wasn't so much the sea that was a problem in this location about a decade ago, it was groundwater that came up through the ground, and this was a particularly bad incident for the city when it happened. I'm surprised that the flooding issue isn't around that and the groundwater rather than the sea coming in. But does that make a difference or not?
That does need to be addressed within a flood risk assessment. The Environment Agency's specific concerns on this one is sea level rise and flooding across the lifetime of the development.
It was huge. It was very deep here at this location. Am I right, Hugh, at that particular site, or was it a bit further down?
Yes, Chairman, it was quite deep here. And the thing about sea level rise is that consequent upon sea level rise, you'll get a rise in groundwater,
right,
which increases the likelihood of flooding when you get a flood runoff coming downhill, as it would in Cosham, and that would cause flooding. And that is incorporated in the flood risk assessments that the Environment Agency produces.
So what do we do then if they've got a valid objection, and certainly myself and Councillor Mason are aware of this particular location that has been flooded before? What should we do?
Right, the conversation I've had with the Environment Agency this afternoon is that they're not raising an objection to the fact that it's in a flood zone. It is in the edge of a flood zone, and they believe that it can be mitigated against. Now, that can be through the formation of a flood evacuation plan, sign up to the flood warning systems, but also things like adequate internal space for safe refuge above predicted flood levels, which is also managed any evacuation through the local lead flood authority. With those measures in place, the Environment Agency believe that the risk of flooding can be overcome on this site. In terms of ground coverage, the site is completely hard surfaced at the moment with non-permeable materials, so in terms of localised flooding as a result of a development, that's not a concern. It's more to the risk of people residing at the premises, which, as you've seen from the previous slide, it's 2 additional bedrooms at ground floor level, which would still have access to upper floors in the event of a sudden flood event. Yes, but following the recommendation, what we will do is seek delegated authority to go back to the applicant, who will prepare an updated flood risk assessment, which, subject to the Environment Agency's approval, in consultation also with the local lead flood authority, which is ourselves, that subject to them saying that they're happy with that, then we can condition the development to be carried out in accordance with those measures.
Is this a question or comment? We've moved to comments, councillors.
Can I propose refusal of planning application on the grounds that it breaks the City Council's parking policy? To remove 5 car parking spaces and increase the number of people living in that property to 8, with potentially 16 cars, and give them 2 car parking spaces is not right. We have a car parking policy, we should stick to it, and therefore I propose that we refuse the application.
Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
I would like to second that suggestion. However, I think I'm right in saying that the reason we're in this ridiculous situation is that, Gary, if this was going to be 3 flats, you'd probably turn it down on parking grounds, but because it's an HMO, we can't, because the inspector will say that an HMO does not have the same impact as 3 individual flats.
No, there's different requirements if it was subdivided, and certainly we'd look at that on a case-by-case basis. But the main reason that I am advising that we could not sustain an objection on parking standards is for the reason that we have this application, which was approved this year, which removes all of the parking on the site and provides on-street parking following the replacement of the drop curb. This proposal is for 2 additional bedrooms, a 6-bed HMO and an 8-bed HMO, in accordance with our own parking standards, generates the same demand for parking. So this proposal does not generate any additional demand for parking compared to what we have in front of us.
That's clearer, thank you.
Are there any other?
So I'm happy to stick with my recommendation that we refuse.
So at the moment we've got a recommendation to refuse from Councillor Jennifer Jackson. We've had. Do we have a seconder for that, or you're going to second that? I wasn't surprised. But, so that's at the moment we've got one recommendation from Councillor Vernon Jackson. No other recommendations from the other councillors. So the recommendation.
Can comment. Claire?
Yes.
I can see your face. I'm all for sticking up for the regulations, but this won't stand a cat's chance in hell of getting past the inspector, will it?
Well, Gary's already given you his advice. We could possibly go to the site location plan that shows a bus interchange and a railway station within spitting distance of the site.
Councillor Galloway.
Chair, I would like to accept the officer's recommendation and propose that we accept this.
Have we got a seconder for that, please?
I'm sure we have.
Councillor Hugh Mason. Sorry, I keep mixing you up. So we have two recommendations. The first one being Councillor Gerald Byrne-Jackson's to refuse this, and backed by Councillor Lee Hunt. All those in favour of refusal? 2. All those against? 4. So that's lost. Do I don't have to go to her? No. So that's granted then? No? Right, the second proposal from Councillor Galloway, seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason, and thirded by Councillor Brennan, if we need, is to accept the officer's recommendation. All those in favour, please. 4. Those against. 2. The recommendation is, for the officer's recommendation, is agreed. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Make a run for it, lads. Members, this next one, 41 Ranley Road. I'm going to ask Mrs. Tracy Harris, Ms. Sheila Branscombe to come forward. Also asking the applicant agent and Mr. Alan Clean, the applicant, to come forward. Before we start, I'd better read this out in case I'm told off by one of my colleagues. A email came in from Councillor Ian Lyon saying that he thinks there's a case for deferring this application until the next planning committee, namely because of an inaccurate count of the HMOs in the immediate area. He doesn't go into any detail of where he's coming from, so it's just, I'm just going to give you an observation then, is that? You know, if he says anything, I told you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This item has been brought to committee as a result of a deputation request from local residents. The application site relates to number 41 Ranley Road, to the east of the M275 and in the Nelson Ward. The proposal is for a change of use from a Class C3 residential dwelling to a Class C4 HMO. The red circle indicates the properties that were evaluated in the HMO count. Based on the information detailed in the committee report, of the 86 properties within a 50-metre radius of the application site, 1 is considered to be in use as a HMO. If the application is granted, excuse me, the percentage of HMOs would rise to 2.33%, which is below the 10% threshold. This slide shows the front and rear elevations of the application site. The property fronts directly onto the back edge of the footpath, but benefits from a larger garden to the rear. And this slide shows the proposed layout of the property over 2 floors. The property will consist of a lounge, diner and kitchen, WC and shower room at ground floor, with bedrooms located at the first floor. The applicant has proactively worked with the council to achieve in excess of the minimum size standards in light of the newly adopted HMO SPD. These slides just highlight the current internal conditions of the property. It's obviously in the phase of construction at the minute. On the basis of the proposal's policy compliance in respect of the HMO count and adequate size standards to facilitate 3-person sharing, The recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have, and I can't say, are you doing a joint one, or is one of you speaking, or both of you going to speak?
I'll just speak.
You're going to do speaking. Right, Alan, please carry on.
Thank you very much, committee. And, it's been a long day, and I'm sure longer for you. Thank you very much, everybody, and councillors and chair. So, first of all, this property, we're looking for joint use C3 and C4. We bought this property and it was in an absolute state of disrepair, absolutely horrific. Rats, dead rats in the floorboards, in the loft, £5,000 just to clear the back garden, absolutely in a shocking state. We are, I would like to say, a new breed of landlords. I will not provide accommodation for any person that I myself am not prepared to stay in. We are doing this HMO up to a very high standard. We are abiding by a licensed HMO standard in terms of fire control. We're putting in fireboards, fire doors, integrated alarm system. We're doing it absolutely to the highest standard that we can. We've put in, currently the property is rated as, I don't know my glasses on, sorry, a G. We're hoping to achieve above a C. We've put in loft insulation, wall insulation. We've put in floor insulation. We've ripped out all the floors. We've put down concrete with insulation underneath the concrete. So we really are doing this property to a very high standard, and I think this might please some of the councillors that we're actually putting on cladding rather than rendering it, so that it will remain looking good in many years to come. The other thing that we have done is we have rear access to a fairly large garden in that we are providing a bicycle shed, and there is ample facility for all the waste removal and stuff like that. Let me just see if I have forgotten anything. I do take notice that some of the residents have objections or concerns, and I'd like to just point out that, first of all, it's our intention to attract young executives or nurses. We are not a student HMO, and it never will be, not in the future or never will be. We are putting in a £5,000 kitchen. We're doing it to a very high level. I do not want the place messed up. So we're looking to attract young executives and nurses, despite what some of the residents might think. We are looking at one person per room, even though one of the bedrooms classifies or qualifies as a double bedroom. So we've also included a separate WC, which it currently did not have. The wet room also has a toilet included as well. So we've tried to make every facility available that it's as comfortable as possible. I think all the objections raised by some of the residents in terms of parking and all the other different things, I think has been looked at by the planning department, and no concerns have been raised there. So I would put it forward to you that we would please seek your approval on this. Thank you. Sorry, before I say that, could I just check with my wife if I forgot anything? Otherwise I'll be in trouble tonight. Anything? Thank you, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sheila Branscombe, please, if you'd like to. You've got 6 minutes.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity for me to speak at this meeting representing residents of Ranelagh Road. On the transport and planning, we do not agree with Mr Flynn's statement that this HMO application will result in a 0.5 car space increase based on a 4-bed HMO. In a typical 3-bed family house, where tenants are all related, it is statistically likely to be 2 adults and 2 children, resulting in 2 cars in use. In a 4-bed HMO of unrelated occupants, it is of a high probability that 4 to 8 adults, this property being restricted to 6, is already an increase of 4 car spaces above that which Mr Flynn is citing. We believe that the provision of a cycle rack, secured or otherwise, will not ensure its use. With regard to HMOs not being materially different to that of a large family dwelling house, these small, inexpensive, first-time buyer 2 to 3 bed houses have never been classed as large family dwellings. Rooms will no longer be used solely for sleeping, but will also be used as recreational, living, eating and sleeping areas, adjoining neighbouring properties whose bedrooms are now forcibly adjacent to these living areas will unquestionably be disturbed due to thin partitioning walls. We are also concerned that if passed, future developments may be applied for by extending rooms or additional rooms into the current loft space. In regards to noise and disturbance, when listed as a traditional family home, most occupants would be respectful of other family members, such as sleeping children. Up to 6 unrelated adults may have varied shift patterns, or, as is known with HMOs, occupants of no fixed employment having no consideration for other occupants or neighbours. According to Portsmouth City Council, on some of our responses, they're not interested with noise and disturbance, and the planning authority cannot restrict who occupies the property. But they then dispute that the planning application allows for a maximum of 6 individuals. We state 4 rooms can be occupied by 4 couples, thereby resulting in 8 residents. Assuming that the now 4-bed house will be used adequately and properly, or it may actually be used as a dossing station with friends, families and associates joining the tenants for overnight visits, unplanned holidays and socialising. And so this puts an additional strain on the Environmental Health Department and the police from the resulting complaints. This is a waste of public funding. Either Portsmouth City Council can limit the number of tenants or they cannot. We are at a loss to know as to which is the correct answer, as within the case officer's response to our listed objections, there is a conflict in the answers he has given. In respect of property values, the residents of Ranley Road acknowledge that Portsmouth City Council do not always recognise the hard-working homeowners who have invested many thousands of pounds in buying and maintaining their homes, only for those properties to be devalued for the ever-increasing addition of HMOs. We also acknowledge Portsmouth City Council's systematic indifference to promoting a community spirit and the destruction of our current community spirit here in Ranley Road. We further acknowledge that a petition of 63 residents of 52 properties, given that we only had time to visit half the properties in Ranley Road, have had no effect and that their voices may mean nothing according to the case officer's online recommendations. In conclusion, it is our heartfelt belief that HMOs do not contribute to the community as they seem to have no financial responsibility or investment. This goes against the community initiative as promoted by Portsmouth City Council and Hampshire Police. HMOs will change the character of the road and attract undesirable short-term tenants, resulting in a depreciation in the tranquillity that Ranley Road has maintained for many years. We wish to bring to the board's attention a recent development at 51 Ranley Road, which was granted HMO status in August of 2017. Since this change, the landlord of that property has given the current family an ultimatum of either be evicted just prior to Christmas or pay the higher rent that would now be easily achievable as an HMO. HMOs do not solve problems, they create problems in favour of profit and greed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sheila. Members, questions, and Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, please.
Sorry, just in terms of replying to Sheila, and I think there are some things that the planning committee can do and some things we can't. And what I would what I'd suggest is that there is a dialogue between yourselves and the landlords if this goes through, because some landlords are very good landlords and some landlords are very bad landlords, and working with a landlord to try to make sure that problems are resolved is normally the best way. And talking to if this goes through, and my view is, and the recommendation is, that there is nothing in planning law that for us to be able to hang a refusal on, is that the licensing of HMOs is important, and that gives a route, if it's not working well, gives a route to being able to make sure we make landlords behave better and have decent tenants. When we get to comments, I'm sure, but the power that we have to say no to an HMO in an area where it's below the 10% mark is very non-existent. And if we were in Fareham, Gosport and haven't, this wouldn't even come to a planning committee. You can just do it, because governments are encouraging HMOs to try to get over the housing crisis, and that's difficult for neighbours, but we can only work within the law. I hope that was okay, Chairman.
Well, it was a comment rather than a question, but...
would you like me to begin? Would you agree with me, Chairman?
I see where you're coming from, and I'm looking now still for questions. Are there any questions for the officers? Councillor Pitt.
A question that might also help the resident. Noel, could you confirm that the maximum amount of people that could inhabit this property under our current standards would be 4?
That's correct. There's only one room that meets the standards of a double room, therefore would be capable of 2 people living in it. The other 2 rooms are only capable of 1 person living in it.
Could you also confirm that without the addition of extra bathrooms and toilet facilities, it wouldn't, even if the dining space was taken away, which would seem to be, if you put a wall in there, that would again only be a single bedroom, so the maximum then would be about 5, hypothetically?
Hypothetically, yeah.
Thank you.
Right, we now will move to comments. Are there any comments?
I just think it's a statement of where we are in terms of planning law, that we have no option, as I understand it in law, but to grant this planning application. If we don't, then the applicant can go to appeal and will win, and it's therefore, I think it is wrong to give residents the false hope to say that something's been stopped when we know that that's not what will happen. It's not honest, and we shouldn't do it. So however much we might regret it, the law does not allow us to say no in a way that's defendable. So with regret, I'm sorry, again, I propose that we accept officer recommendation.
Councillor Pitt.
Yes, thanks for the clarifications just now, Noel. We're trying to demonstrate in the residents' deputation about 8 people living in the property. I hope that's given you some comfort that that cannot happen.
Sorry, part of our argument there was the enforceability of people being able to turn around and say, oh, come and stay with me for the weekend, come and do this tonight, and ending up with a house full of people.
Yeah, okay. The other, what I was going to add to that was that I know the geography of these houses quite well, because I had a friend who lived near Randy Road, and it's also it would be nigh on impossible to extend this property, and if you went up into the loft, you might gain a room in the loft, but you'd only be able to do that by utilising space off the only bedroom that's able to be a double, so it wouldn't increase it. The maximum number of people that could ever live in there on a regular basis would be 5, and if the residents ever suspected there were more, there is recourse through private sector housing to deal with that. That's what it's for. So nobody's saying that the landlord's not going to be responsible, but the residents also need to know that there are ways and means around things. So on that basis, and for the reasons that others have said, I'm happy to support officers' recommendations.
Right, the recommendation from Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson is to accept the officers' recommendations, and seconded by Councillor Pitt. Is that correct? So that being the only option on the table, I'll ask you to vote on that proposal. All those in favour of that? And that's 4. Those against is 1. That is carried. Permissions granted. To the members of the public returning, sorry that it's taken so long.
If they'd come and spoken to me, we would have sorted it out.
I'd like to thank the members.
As a community, we felt we needed to object to that.
Members, I'd like to thank you for going through 19 planning applications in a reasonably sedate manner. I wish you happy Christmas, and quite possibly this will be my last stand-in. Well, the real chairman might return.